Let everybody here. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call today's special county council meeting, April 15, 2025 to order, please, at 9:30. We'll start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. As per 5.5 of the procedural bylaw, no business other than what is in the agenda may be transacted unless there is a unanimous consent of all members of council. We don't have all members of council here. So if I could get a motion, please, for the approval of the agenda. Councillor Chamzik would like to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor?
I'd like to propose we move item 6 to immediately following the approval of the agenda.
I'm sorry that you'd like to move item 6 to the following approval of the
To
agenda?
immediately following the approval of the agenda, just because of the, it looks like it's the most efficient.
Okay. Is everybody, I'm sure there's no opposition. Okay, that should be fine. I should also mention that Councillor Chamzik does give her regrets. She will be hopefully arriving, or Kapitanic, pardon me, Lord Lifton. Kapitanic, Councillor Kapitanic will be here hopefully a little later this morning. All right, so we're just going to change the order for 6.1 to follow 2.1, which is the approval of the agenda. Councillor Chamzik, put the motion forward to approve the agenda. All those in favor? Any opposed? 8-0. Thank you. And if we could then move, please, to 6.1, which is a closed session item. Deputy Reeve Minns would like to make the motion to go into close. All those in favor? And no opposed. We're officially in close. Thank you so much. We have come out of our closed session. We have a motion to vote upon, and that motion is from closed session moved by Councillor Hall that council recommend to the town and county intermunicipal committee to offer option A for funding as discussed in closed. And I think we're ready for the question. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And opposed? 1, 2, 3. That's 5 and 3. That motion carries. Thank you. All righty. Thank you, everybody, for that busy morning we've had so far. We are now at our delegation portion of our agenda, which is 3.1. And it's with regards to the bridge program review from MPA Engineering. We have Tim Edwards here from MPA Engineering presenting, I believe, on about 203 bridges in Athabasca County, and a significant amount that's going to be needed to be repaired or replaced in 10 or 15 years. So we'll start with introductions, and I'll start on my right.
Good morning, Rob Mintz, Division 8, Baptiste Lake Island Lake area.
Good morning, Joe Gerlach, Division 1, Rochester Perryville area.
Good morning, George Bromwell, Division 6, the far north up to including the Wandering River area, and the most beautiful part of the county.
Morning, Camille Wallace, Division 9, north of the river.
Kelly Chumsick, Division 7 grassland at more Prospect areas.
Brian Hall, I live in Division 4.
Good morning, Ashton Anderson. I reside in Division 3, which is the Castle Boyle area.
Thank you. And I am Tracy Holland. I am the counselor for Division 5, which is east of Athabasca. So Amber Valley, Paxton, Parkview areas, as well as for the county. Welcome and thank you for being here. I will also introduce Mr. Jordan Schenkelberg. He's with our communications manager. And we have Miss Leah Blair, who's our recording secretary. I'm sure you know CAO Bob Beck already. Behind you, we have Cole Brennan with our press. And we have, of course, Marshall Morton, our infrastructure director. And again, if you would like to go ahead and introduce yourself for everybody, that would be great.
My name is Tim Edwards. I'm a professional engineer at MPA Engineering, specializing in bridges and bridge-sized culverts.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for being here. I know this is going to be a hot discussion, so please go ahead with your presentation.
So thank you, council. We had invited Tim here today to try and give council kind of a snapshot of where our current bridge infrastructure is. As we're working towards our 10-year capital plan, we'll be utilizing the BIMS system and the information there to put together a 10-year capital for you. But we felt it would be good timing for Tim to come do a presentation on our current infrastructure. And so we've invited him, and we're gonna let him do his presentation for you. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask throughout the presentation.
Thank you very much. Floor is yours.
Thanks again for everyone for having me in. I'll move kind of quick. So like Marshall mentioned, please just jump in and ask me a question if you have one. The presentation is sort of a brief overview of who MPA is and what we've been doing, and we'll run you through some basic bridge terminology so that we can kind of all be understanding about what we're talking about, and then we'll get into some more details about Athabasca's infrastructure from there, some case studies and things like that. So just a brief outline of everything I kind of just talked about. So who MPA is, we're a small firm based out of Sherwood Park with offices in Grand Prairie and Peace River, specializing in bridge asset design, maintenance, inspection, anything to do with your standard structures that you're going to see on your local roads here, all the way up to highway bridges and the like, with a focus on municipalities. So we work with a lot of your neighbors and Woodlands County, places like that, throughout the province. So briefly speaking, when we're talking about bridges, these are the kinds of things that people mostly think about. And in the province of Alberta, we break them into two groups, a major bridge and a standard bridge. There are significant differences with the services that they offer and the costs associated with them. A standard bridge really is just anything that you can make with drawings produced by Alberta Transportation. The majority of your infrastructure falls into this category. About 200 of your structures are standard bridges. And that includes culverts. So culverts of a certain size are considered bridges. Anything over 1.5 meters in diameter. I can't do that in feet now. I've been engineering too long. Substantial size culverts. We'll just leave it at that. Whereas a major is technically anything that doesn't fit into that standard category. So LPAC bridge is a great example of a major structure, but they can be smaller than that one too and still qualify. As long as they're not standard, they're majors. That's really the true definition of it, which is a bit vague maybe, but you kind of know them when you see one usually. So the Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors now, I guess, founded a system to help inspect all bridges in the province. That's what we refer to as BIM. And they essentially allow any municipality that wants to participate in that program to participate. And so far, Athabasca has been participating in that, which I think is a very, very good idea. BIM system gives kind of a standard framework to look at bridges, inspect them, and report on their function and their current condition. There are two types of inspectors, one for majors and one for everything else. And then from there, you start to break down each bridge structure into elements so that the inspector can look at it in a systematic way. So there's things like superstructure and substructure, things like that get broken out into the system. We won't talk too much about details like that. What we're really going to focus more on is the numbers that get associated with those elements. So every BIM inspection rates every bridge element on a scale. 9 is the best, 1 is the worst. You notice a lot of numbers kind of missing on in that table. It's because they all mean various levels of good. And the ones that get infrastructure people's attention are your 2s and your 3s. I guess for some context, a rating of 1 means that the inspector is not leaving the structure. We're not allowing use of that structure. It's imminent danger. We're calling the RCMP. We're blocking the road with our car, things like that. Fairly uncommon. And then it goes up from there. 2 is considered a hazard. So missing bridge rail, severely deforming timber elements start to get into that 2 category where concern is quite high. And action needs to be taken fairly soon, within 6 months or so. And then your 3s and your 4s are more maintenance item. Things aren't functioning the way that they should anymore. And then kind of up from there. We don't talk too much about, like I say, 5 and 9. They're all just shades of good. And from that, when you rate all these elements with a number, you can then do some math with that number, and you get things like a structural condition rating, which is just a snapshot of how good the bridge is in terms of its condition. When you start seeing numbers like 4s and 3s, that structural condition rating starts to fall to 44, 33. It's always a repeating number, just how they do the math. But that's when you really start to wonder about the future of this bridge. Is maintenance appropriate, or should we be doing more? So that's every bridge in your inventory has these numbers on them already. This is just kind of an overview of what inspections are. So all your structures get level 1 on a schedule. We've been doing them at MPA for the last 4 years. And a level 1 inspection is essentially an inspector with no special tools going out and visually looking at, getting his hands on what he can touch, but not using ladders or snoopers to get places he can't reach. Whereas a level 2, you start to bring in more special equipment. Those are not regularly scheduled. They're more assigned when the need arises. And that's when you're using more special equipment. So the picture with the dark kind of coffee grounds is the result of a level 2 inspection in which we're actually coring timber elements to get a sense of the condition of the wood inside the timber parts. You wouldn't do that on a level 1. You would just look at the parts, maybe hit it with a hammer and listen to it, things like that, more basic level of inspection. The obligation of Athabasca County and all municipalities is to maintain safe infrastructure. Level 1s on a regular schedule really help you do that. You understand where your bridges are at in kind of a year-to-year rolling real-time basis. Oh, I guess one thing I would point out is level 1s on all standard structures are currently the responsibility of the municipality, whereas level 1s and level 2s for majors, the province is still paying for those. Not sure how long they're going to continue to pay for them. They seem to be slowing down their schedule for some reason, but for now, it's their obligation to pay for them. So, like again, Alpac Bridge is inspected regularly, but it's the purview of the province. So more, I guess, specific to Athabasca County. This says 202. I went through and counted it again yesterday, and we came up with 204. I also, when I counted them again, I had less standard bridges and a few more major bridges, and I think that was due to a definition change where a certain structure that used to be a standard is now a major. So I think the more up-to-date totals would be 84 standard bridges. I believe it's 109 culverts, but 9 majors. But the 3 majors that got added look a lot like standards, for what that's worth. It's a fairly high number of structures relative to your municipal neighbors. We were just discussing this in the hallway, actually, and I think Clearwater County has less
170.
and is 2 to 3 times the size and area, just for context. Another number that stands out there is the number of standard bridges. Woodlands County, who's a neighbor of yours, has a few less structures than this, but significantly less bridges. They have more like 20 standard bridges. So it's a high number of structures and a high number of bridges relative to similar municipalities.
All these bridges were to be replaced. Would they be replaced with another bridge or would they be replaced with a culvert?
It's a fantastic question. Yeah, a lot of them probably would end up being culverts. A large number of these 87 bridges are single span structures. Doesn't mean automatically that a culvert goes there, but it's not unusual.
But it would be quite a bit less money for a culvert as opposed to a bridge.
The capital costs are much less for a culvert. Yeah.
Capital costs are less to install a bridge culvert, but the funding is also less, right? Like from STIP funding, culvert to get 50%. A standard bridge, you get 75%.
STIP funding covers the bridges the same way. Culvert or a bridge is covered 75%.
75 now? Okay.
Yeah, it's a lower number overall because the structure cost is probably lower, but
Yeah.
it's still the same percentage.
Okay.
There's typically more dirt work associated with the culvert. They don't really fund that at 75, right? Or do they?
Yeah.
Really?
So gap funding, there was some different. So the previous funding called gap funding was a little different. They covered different elements.
Yeah.
With STIP funding, it's essentially once you have the STIP funding, the coverage starts. So you can't retroactively pay for things. Other than that, it covers project costs up to the value of the grant.
Okay.
It's a little easier to use.
While we're talking about the number of bridges, do you have any advice for us at some point in the presentation about how many of the culvert bridges actually need to be culvert bridges and could be downgraded to multi-row, smaller sized, non-bridge culverts?
We don't get into that specifically, but I mean, I can answer your question. I don't have a specific number of the number of standard bridges that would be culverts. I mean, generally speaking, what we would do from a design perspective is consider both. in what we call a preliminary engineering design report. And whichever one is more cost effective, we would select. When a culvert works, it's almost always more cost effective. The only time that it gets a little bit more difficult is when you have a very low bridge and you need the size of that opening. They stay bridges, but it's very common. I mean, off the top of my head, 70% of them would likely end up as culverts, roughly speaking. Sorry, what was the second part of your question?
That was basically like, can they be replaced with smaller, so like a 1.4 meter,
Ah,
like to get them out of the
Right.
bridge category because of costs and inspections and then related to that, how many do we actually need to replace versus look at them as, surplus to requirements and route traffic differently?
oh, yeah, so generally, when you are replacing a structure, they tend to get bigger, not smaller. It's more of a reflection of the standards and our tolerance for what happens when you get high water, essentially. They tend, so like when you replace a culvert with a new culvert, it's usually a larger diameter by a size or two. That's what I would say is true in my experience. So it's unlikely that these structures can be brought out of the bridge world by putting in smaller bridges. In terms of evaluating an individual crossing and whether or not you need that, it is a difficult engineering question for us to answer. It's such a service-based question. Like, do you need this road? Where does it go? How important is it to the county? Is a little bit more difficult from an engineering perspective. It's something that your infrastructure people know a lot better than I do. So we can certainly bring that to the table and ask those questions. I can think of examples where those questions have been asked for sure.
So just to add on to that, so it's not solely based on 1,500 mil for a bridge size culvert. It's about flow. So if you used a combination of 1,200 millimeter pipes that still had the same flow as the 1,500, it's still a bridge structure. So you can't get away from the bridge structure just by going below 1,500 mil in pipe. It's about how much flow it accommodates. So I'm not sure if that's what you were.
If I could cut in there, many years ago, the director of infrastructure actually started that plan of going out and earmarking bridge files that Athabasca County felt that didn't really need to be 1,500 culverts, stuff like that.
Okay.
Actually sat down and had many meetings with Barhead, the bridge branch, trying to come up with a way of declassifying bridge files that we didn't feel were needed in the county. And if I remember right, we did a few, but then it kind of went away because there was other bigger things happening. So I guess my biggest thing is we went down that road, and it has actually worked, but it's a lot of meetings from the director to go into Barhead and try to figure it out. Maybe they don't even want to talk about it anymore. They like their bridge files. They like them numbers for some reason. So yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yep.
I was just gonna add that some of the lower costs you're gonna see when you go down to a smaller bridge is things like inspections. You're not gonna pay for someone to go look at these things. But I would actually recommend inspecting all smaller pipes too. Those do fail and they
Oh,
do
yeah.
cause problems. Harder to inspect, and it's not a supported activity by the province. But as an example, I've had counties put bridge files on structures that don't qualify as bridge size because they want to keep an eye on them, as opposed to the opposite. Did you have a question? Sorry, Tracy.
Well, actually, I was just in thinking about going from the current bridge structures to a bridge culvert. Is the width of the driving path able to be adjusted. To change from, you know, a narrow little bridge culvert. Can that be changed?
Yeah, I mean, you can put back whatever structure is appropriate for that spot. A lot of standard bridges are fairly narrow and have fairly high bridge rails. Agricultural equipment doesn't tend to like them very much. So when we put a culvert in, we provide something called clear zone. Clear zone allows us to be barrier free. It does make a longer structure usually, but you have no guardrails and you meet all standards. So pretty agricultural friendly, unless you can't. Sometimes land is hard to get, things like that prevent you doing what you actually want to do. But for the most part, yeah, you improve the road as you go as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that.
Go ahead. Yeah, so I guess we'll keep going through through the project slides. So this is kind of the one that probably grabs people's attention the most. When you take all of the 200 plus structures and you plot them by the year of their construction, it looks something like the graph on the right. And then you start to, I guess, appreciate the fact that these structures last about 50 years, give or take. There's some outliers on this graph. 1910 is not a real number. It is a default number in the BIM system. You don't have any bridges from 1910. You do have bridges from 1930s and 40s. Those are real. And in particular, the numbers in the between 55 and 65, you can see how the graph is quite tall in those areas. It's just a function of when the province built these structures. They built most of them in the 50s and 60s, which is now more than 50 years ago in a lot of cases. So pre-55, approximately 24 structures, but between 55 and 65, there's about 72 in your system. So 10-year capital plan needs to kind of consider those 90 plus bridges and what to do with them. So that's going to be the challenge. It does take some management. It does take some commitment. But it's one of those things that the sooner you start, the easier it is. And we're not going to get into too many details there now, or
It was ironic. He just told council that you have 95 bridges you need to replace in the next 10 years. But I mean, there's things we're going to work. We're working on a plan, and there's things we can do to change that, right? We do know that all the bridges are coming up to the end of their life, and it is a significant number. Can we afford to replace 95 bridges in the next 5 years or 10 years? Absolutely not. So we need to come up with a plan of how we're going to deal with that. So, you know, in conjunction with maintenance plans, we can do some things to these bridges to extend that envelope of life so that, you know, if we can push them out 5, 7, 9 years, some, right? We'll be stretching out that, I guess, end of life scenario for each bridge and make it more manageable from a capital perspective. Now, that being said, you still have a number of bridges that need capital investment. So that's why we wanted to give you kind of a snapshot of where we're at, but we don't want to terrify everybody with 95 bridges in 10 years, because that's not what we're here. But we do have to do something significant. So anyway, I'll let Tim carry on.
yeah, we'll get into some of the maintenance things and later on in the presentation as well, just to help you get an appreciation of what that means. This is sort of the crux of the system conversation, is just the number of structures that need some attention in the next 10 years. And that's essentially what this table is trying to summarize as well. So that's that structural condition rating that I mentioned before, sort of the product of the ratings assigned to individual bridge elements. and the number of structures that are drifting towards the lower end of that scale. Different way of looking at it. Age is one thing, but because of, maintenance and just luck, I suppose, some structures fare better than others. So you get in about 25% of the system or 50 structures into that 33% structural condition rating, which represents critical elements being rated 3 or less, which is in that maintenance kind of zone. Just kind of a very, very brief look at the work that we have been doing. I would say that it's been quite encouraging since starting with Athabasca. A lot more individual attention's been focused on the bridges. So we're doing all the BIMs, but we're also looking at individual structures with level 2 coring. We've done some preliminary designs, got several structures replaced. We have other structures that have been designed and tendered and ready to be replaced. One is currently being replaced, a big one, Collington Bridge, which I'm sure you guys have discussed a few times. And we're getting there. That was one I know was really important. So I'm glad to see it's progressing. And we've done some repairs. Some of those repairs were proactive and in advance of problems, and a couple of them have been reactive where the conditions suddenly changed and we had to go out and do work quickly to get the bridge back open. So this is intended to show you what can happen, just give you an appreciation for what bridge structures do over time, and kind of highlight what maintenance can be done, what can be done by maintenance, sorry. So this is just typical mechanisms. Some of them are real examples from Athabasca, some of them are not. So this is just a typical thing that happens with culverts. This is from Athabasca. It's one that we just replaced, 73081. I think they call it spline culvert, maybe sometimes. Splane, sorry. Yeah, and the picture on the right is interesting because that's the inlet where the water is supposed to go, and there should be another pipe to the left of it that no one really ever saw until we dug up the whole thing. We knew it was supposed to be there, but it's just the nature of this road sloughing over itself that it was difficult to find. We'll look at that again in a minute. I just wanted to show you. This is what happens when those culverts get blocked. So you can see the road on the right. Flow will still go through the road. And when it's not going through the culvert, it takes the road with it. And you end up with failures like you see on the right. And that just progresses from there. Again, these are real examples. This one is not from Athabasca, thankfully, but it's just what happens when culverts don't operate properly. It tends to look like embankment failures and slides. I don't think I have an example. The photo I'm thinking of 77410 I'll show later. I think it's not here, but oh no, there it is. Sorry. So corrosion is structural shape changes are how culverts actually fail. So when they are conducting water, this is how they age out. Essentially, you'll get corrosion, which you see on the left. It's just an example of what we refer to as lineal perforations, one of the more severe forms of corrosion that they will just kind of naturally accumulate throughout their service life. And then shape changes, which is when they start to look like they're falling down, like on the right. That's not 77410, but it looks a lot like it. Just more examples of severe corrosion. Not a lot you can do about some of these structural changes. You can sometimes stabilize with struts, which you see on the left. That's a very common way to increase the life of a culvert structure for 5 to 10 years. But with corrosion, there's not a lot that can be done. It's essentially the end of that culvert service life. Sometimes you can put concrete floors, things like that, but once it progresses to this state, like you see in these photos, this is just culverts that are at the end of their life. With bridges, this is obviously some worst case scenario photos, but just showing that when timber elements start to get old and you're not paying attention to them, things can change very quickly. When you're paying close enough attention, these things are exceedingly rare outside of large flood events. But it's just an example of what happens when the timber elements of a bridge lose their integrity over time, typically due to rot. They'll show some warning signs before this, which, so if you're paying close attention, you avoid it typically.
If we can, sorry to interrupt, but if we can go back one more slide. So the tractor in the water, did that happen in Athabasca County?
No.
Thank you. We have to make that very clear when people look at this, that this did not happen in Athabasca County. Thank you.
I mean, in the 4 years I've been dealing with Athabasca, nothing like this has happened. So, not taking credit, just pointing out that it hasn't happened. I imagine they got it out. I'm not sure if it was still any good, but they got it out. Truly, the most interesting thing to me about the photo on the right, I mean, bridge collapses always have some interest, but there's two structures there. One was an oil field bridge put over top of an existing bridge, which is not uncommon in Athabasca. There are structures that have been bridged over. It is a temporary solution that sometimes gets seen as a bit more permanent than it truly is. Those structures still rely on the substructure of the bridge underneath it that is still getting old and still needs some attention to continue to serve. I mean, picture on the right could be the Athabasca, but I doubt it. Picture on the left is the Tawasanen Bridge, so Collington Bridge, that we're replacing now. Just as an example of something that can happen to bridges regularly, they all accumulate ice flows and can accumulate drift, and structures can change rapidly again. And that's just an easy maintenance thing. Drift builds up, you got to take it out. Pier failure. So this is sort of a less extreme example of the bridges that we saw in full collapse, where you start to lose pure elements and your bridge starts to show you the signs. And this is where inspections, and I'm really at this level, hopefully your residents too, or your operators calling you up and saying, hey, this bridge does not look right. And that allows us to get ahead of it. This is also the Collington Bridge. So that drift built up on the piers, forced water to the north and washed away the bank. So the picture on the right, that's an abutment, which is the roadside, and it should have a bunch of fill in that hole, but also in front of those piles. You can kind of see where the creosote changes color. Those were buried at one point. The colored part was all underground. The head slope, and it has all been washed away. And then the fill behind the bridge gets washed away, and it's not much of a bridge anymore. It's more of a floating platform. Again, just typical timber failures where piles can break horizontally or vertically, and back walls start to give way. Timber rots, it starts to crush. The crushed cap example, that's just what happens when you start to lose integrity through rot. That, I think that is, I'm forgetting the bridge file now, 070, it's right near 08079. Yeah, I know, it's all in my head. I can picture it on a map, but I can't tell you the name of the road. It is an Athabasca structure though. Again, it happens, people notice, and actually your maintenance guys flagged it to Roy, and he called me and we went and inspected it. This is the one just around the corner. So also Athabasca, just showing instability of the elements, and they stop working properly when they don't align properly. These pictures are kind of hard to see, but similar to the original bridge photos where timber elements fail and things change quick.
So what used to happen is the back wall would wash out or some darn thing like that, and everybody would lose their minds and want to repair it. And so they would bring in big rock. They figured big rock up against the back wall would be works perfect, because then the water that's running underneath isn't drawing the big rock or the sand or the dirt or whatever you put in there. So that got stopped, because big rock against the back wall is nothing but a disaster to repair after, especially with the frost trying to push it through. and all this other stuff. So that's why some of these back walls look a little rough. I bet you there's big rock behind them. So,
Oh, on the fill side of the
Yeah,
wall.
yeah,
Yes, yeah.
yeah,
I've dug up
yeah.
many old bridges where you find large chunks of concrete and other things you don't
yeah.
want to see behind a back wall.
you find
Absolutely.
you find the biggest stuff you can to fill the hole, and it's like, it's not proper. You don't
Yeah.
do it that way.
Yeah,
So,
it's a fair point. I mean, past practices were generally good, but not always consistent. These are more just so we've looked at the timber a lot. This is just really how the concrete elements deteriorate over time. It's nothing too surprising. It does crack, it does change. Tends to escalate quickly once you expose steel, which is kind of what you're seeing on the right. However, these two examples are interesting because you have a lot of these girder types and they're actually quite robust and can tolerate a fair bit of this. Bridges do get hit, obviously, and those are more acute maintenance items. It is traffic facing and quite important. I'm not sure I've ever been called for a bridge in Athabasca being hit, which is good. Just more timber examples. I'm realizing how many slides we have here, so I'm just going to keep going. So this is sort of the bridge asset management in a nutshell. The core of it is always going to be your inspections. As long as you have your inspections being done, you can feed this management system good information, and that's critical. You then have to complete your repairs and the replacements in tandem, which is what Marshall had mentioned before. Drag out some of these service life as long as you can while replacing the ones that don't make sense to repair anymore. And to get that right, it takes a bit of planning. And if you get all that mixed proper, you're going to have a properly maintained, safe public infrastructure. This is a kind of a difficult to read slide, but it's intended to give you a very brief appreciation for the process that we prefer. This is kind of transportation's process. Again, at the base of this process is the inspections, and then you kind of move up in design complexity from there as you move towards things like maintenance and replacement, which is sort of the top right with the construction. Between there is just a few things that aren't always necessary, but shows kind of every step that the engineers would like to do. And I think the critical thing here is just the time. It doesn't happen in a week. It doesn't happen in a month. There's a time component. And if you're ahead on the base elements to the right, you have opportunities to get grants to help cover some of these costs, which we get into a little bit near the end. And this is, again, just sort of a asset management 101 kind of slide where there are obvious things that we need to do right now that are easy to do, important to do, and you just got to get them done. And those need to be identified, and the inspections are great at identifying those. And then everything else is more into that planning range where you're making decisions. Does it make sense to do this thing? Even it seems really important, but it's also very expensive. Can it wait? That's a high urgency, high cost kind of items. So getting your inspections done, and again, will inform this urgency cost paradigm.
So not to pick at your slide, Tim, but on the left, are those two boxes not in the wrong order? At the bottom of the graph, I'm not sure how you have low cost and high cost in the same. But see, if you go to the left, it's high cost, low urgency, and shouldn't.
I think urgency and cost are on the wrong axes, aren't they?
I think those, low urgency, low cost would be the bottom left corner.
I agree.
See low cost. Sorry, high urgency, high cost would be, that'd be low urgency, high cost.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, there is a mistake there. Hopefully the message is still there. Identifying these low cost, high urgency items is super important. And anything high cost, hopefully we have time to think about it. So yeah, again, just long-term planning, and why we advocate for it. I think the next slide talks about reactive versus proactive, and that's sort of how I like to think of these things. If you're into the proper long-term planning, you are thinking about 10-year plans and it allows you to make the budget allocations that you need to actually solve some of these problems before they become those high urgency items. We haven't really done a full system study. We've done some programming and some organizing of your bridge files, but no real full system-wide study. Some municipalities do it, some don't. You can manage it either way. It's really more about what you hope to see and get out of your system. So this is the reactive proactive conversation. So we have done some reactive management in Athabasca recently, but we've also done some proactive work. We're trying to push into that proactive stage, but there is just some of this deficit that we need to kind of address before we're going to be fully in item 3, where we're clearing some of the backlog and addressing 3s and 4s. We're more focusing on the 2s and 3s than some of the less urgent items. With the inspections feeding the system, we're kind of aware of a lot of the more urgent items, but we're just not able to address them all quite yet. That's where STIP can help. So are councilors generally familiar with STIP? Do I talk much about it, or? Yeah, okay, good. We have got some grants. We're spending some grants right now, so keep applying as much as possible. Applications are cheap, and when you get them, there's a huge upside. So I'm a huge fan. Apply a lot. That's the nutshell. How much time do you have? Am I drinking on?
But want us to wrap up?
So you're talking about STIP, and one of the problems our council's identified with STIP is you make the application, and then by the time you make the application, get approved, do the work, you're another cycle, and then your costs are no longer aligned with your application. Do you recommend at all doing the preliminary design and stuff first, just out of straight up fully funded cash, so that we can get funding that's more in line with the bridge costs, and when the grant is approved, be quicker to move on the repair?
Ideally, you've got enough information to have a solid support for your application. I think on my very difficult to read slide a few slides ago, the STEP application is after what we call an assessment. An assessment gives you reasonable confidence whether you should do maintenance or replacement, and if it is replacement, reasonable confidence in what the structure will look like. It's not as detailed as a preliminary design, so your costs will fluctuate a little bit more. To me, a STIP application should be done, after an assessment or after a prelim, but after a prelim, the timing isn't quite as good. The issue with that is, so you've done a prelim, now you're doing STIP. You have to wait months to get the approval. You've already spent a fair bit of engineering that you're not going to recover as part of your STIP, and it's a time lag issue, really. Whereas if you were to do it after an assessment, now you can pay for your preliminary engineering and replace it the following year still. It's really more of a matter of when does the structure get identified, and how far in advance are we working. If you're still in kind of that urgent phase, it's more about just getting the STIP funding, period, however you can. And when you're into that more proactive stage, then yeah, you're probably getting assessments and preliminary engineering done in advance. That was kind of a complicated answer. Is that reasonably clear though?
I think we should always have at least one bridge structure on the shelf, designed, ready to go. There are situations where the province will contact us and they're looking for shovel-ready projects. If we are one of those municipalities that have a shovel-ready project, we get the grant funding. So my suggestion would be that we should always have one shovel-ready project on the shelf ready to go.
much clearer answer from the operations infrastructure guy. I
So I guess I don't know if you want him to keep going through. He's kind of given you some insight into where our current infrastructure is in relation to our bridges. He does have some case studies here that you can look at on your own, I think, but
Sure.
It's pretty evident the county has been doing their asset management of their bridges, but we are behind a bit. And it needs to be a focus area moving forward. So as we start moving into next season's budgets and of course, after election, we'll have a strategic planning session, I'm assuming. And it's one of those items that I think should be a priority for all council. Without the bridges, we don't have any roads. The roads don't go anywhere without them. So we just wanted to kind of show you where we're at, that we're aware of it. We're building and working on plans that will hopefully provide council with confidence that we can extend the life of some of these bridges until we can afford to do the capital replacement of those. That doesn't mean we can stop replacing bridges, but some of the numbers we're seeing from our assessments is, 4 to 5 million a year. That's pretty significant. So anyway, we'll open it up to any questions you might have and go from there.
I think we're going to start with Deputy Reeve Mins and then we have Councillor Gerlach. Were you on the table? Okay, just those two for now.
Just wondering if we're making plans right now for actual replacement. Do we have an idea like the next 5 bridges that we need to replace or is that still coming or do we have that plan in place?
So one of the things that I've asked MPA for, and they're working on, is we're doing a 10-year capital plan. We're going to be building that so that you will see what a real 10-year capital replacement plan will look like. Now that will include maintenance. So I'm hoping next week to put out an RFP for a bridge maintenance contract where we would bring someone in to do that specializes in bridge maintenance, and that we can work with them to create this envelope, stretch out the envelope of the life expectancy of our bridges. It'll be like a 3-way partnership between MPA and us and the contractor, and we'll try and bring these all back online so that we can manage them in a way that is manageable from a budget perspective.
I guess the biggest thing would be, okay, when you talk about bringing in a contractor, is that just for specific bridge maintenance or is that just like bringing the contractor to clean the deck and clean underneath and
No. It's only to deal with the
crush
rating.
caps? Yeah.
So one of our priorities needs to be to try and get rid of the 2s, right? And 3s. So we'll start with those priorities on bridges. And, that's the only way we're going to get to extend the life of these bridges, to focus on getting rid of the low ratings. So it's not actually has anything to do with removing gravel and stuff. It'll be about upgrading components of the bridge.
Okay.
To bring the rating of the bridge up.
Because we're still gonna have employees going around and
Yeah,
doing
for sure.
the softer maintenance or something like
Correct.
that. Okay.
If I could just add to that answer, the case study that I won't get into, but 73010 is a really good example of where a maintenance contractor would address this problem. It was a level 1 VIM inspection, found a crush cap. Now you have to deal with it. So the first thing we had to do was get a procurement process started. Then do the work. With procurement done already, you just call the guy and you get it done.
You
Which
betcha.
is the goal, I think,
Perfect.
there. And I guess a little more background on the replacement side of things. There are a couple bridge files that are designed, one of which was tendered last year and will proceed this year, and another one that we're struggling with land on, but is designed and ready to go. So we have some in the works for replacement as well.
Thank you. Counselor Gerlach.
On the STIP applications, when they go in, are they just on a year by year basis? Or is there sort of a 10-year plan that indicates what our plans are and what's coming due, the ages of these bridges? So that it's not, is it just done on an annual basis or is it done on an overall longer term?
Right now it's done annually, and my take on STIP is to simply apply for everything that you even kind of dream of replacing at some point in the next 10 years. Technically, there is a window in which you're supposed to spend the money, but functionally they tend to roll that window forward. So they don't really expire in the traditional sense. So once you have it, you have some time to use it.
It seems to me if you had a 10-year plan and every year you kept adding one more year to it, so you always have a 10-year rolling plan and you got your dates or your structures and the need to replace them. As opposed to just an annual application without detailing future plans.
For us internally to have that 10-year plan, we will absolutely have that. And it'll continue to evolve and we'll roll it forward and keep applying. They don't
pay attention to.
They don't pay attention to that, right? They only assess, because they're looking at the priorities that are put forward to them that year, right? So, it's a competition, really. See who has the worst bridge. And, if you win, because you have the worst bridge, I'm not sure you won, but anyway, that's the process and of how it works. And so you're in a competition every year but for us having all the 10-year plans in place, absolutely, that'll be beneficial to us as a municipality, and we'll keep rolling those applications in, right, for the next 2 or 3 on the list.
And are there possibilities of putting liners in a lot of these big pipes, lining them, or do they have to be replaced? Or
So yeah, I mean, liners are still an option. They're more difficult to do now than they used to be. It really depends on the nature of the structure you would like to line. You often need to think of things like fish, for example. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans will treat a liner like a new structure because it lasts for 50 years. If you can't pass fish through the liner, they're not going to let you do it. So it does have to be evaluated on a case by case. It's something that we still do regularly, but it's not nearly as common.
how would the fish know the difference whether it's lined or not?
Yeah, it's just about how water behaves inside of it.
Thank you, everybody. Does anybody else have any? Go ahead, Counselor Hall.
So this may be more for the director than Mr. Evans, but when we're looking and making decisions around bridges, is the assumption to replace like for like, or are we doing an analysis of, do we still need this bridge in this location? Is there an alternate traffic route? Can we replace it with something different, like a single lane versus a big wide double, or just eliminate it altogether? Like I think it's a mistake for us to just assume if somebody built one in the 30s, we should just automatically replace it. If we start thinking about making sure we can still flow traffic, but providing that local access.
The short answer is yes, we assess those. Ultimately, it's going to come down to most likely political desire in the end. We have 2 scenarios right now where the bridges need significant amount of work. And, if one option might be to put in a fairly long culvert and build a mile of road, and you could get rid of those two bridges. It might save $1 million, or it might not. By the time I'm done the estimates, I don't know, but we are gonna look into it to see if that is a scenario that makes sense. And then, of course, you have to do the consultation with the landowners, right? To see what kind of impacts it have on them. And then we relay that information to you guys, and you get to make the decision ultimately of, if there's gonna be a bridge replaced or not. Closing bridges is hard. It's very difficult, and I don't know how successful we'll be. I guess that we'll find out, but we do definitely assess alternatives when we're looking at it. We're always looking at alternative bridge structures as well. And this is not something that you can talk to our engineer about, because quite frankly, if it doesn't meet a certain standard, they can't use it. But there are scenarios where we can look at alternative bridge structures that might meet our needs, depending on traffic volumes and things of that nature.
That's just something we've done in Athabasca. Here. 70502 was it's still a standard bridge in the sense that the components are standard, but it's smaller than a 2-lane bridge, although the standard is 2-lane. And that was just part of something we looked at because the level of service didn't seem to support the need for a larger structure.
I just think as we, work to live within our means and maintain this gift of infrastructure that's been provided to us, we need to be thoughtful about meeting future needs, but also the impact we have on future budgets and future councils about building the right product in the right place, and maybe putting, vehicles are faster and better now. And if you have 3 bridges in a row over a 6-mile span, is it really such a big deal to drive an extra 2 miles to a better quality bridge and get rid of one of them? Or when we look at the capital cost and our job of trying to spread scarce resources over many, many needs, I think we have to take a more creative approach.
Thank you. So long as we're not landlocking someone, yeah, that's definitely the scary part of it.
Regarding that thought would be, we can't put that on administration. Director Marshall there is not gonna say, we're gonna remove this bridge and everybody's gonna go around. That will be a council decision. As the Collington Bridge was. We were waiting for STIP funding. We were waiting for STIP funding, and finally we said, okay, enough's enough, and let's build a bridge. And that's where that all plays into the whole scheme of things. So we're not gonna lay that onto our director to say, no, we're taking the bridge out and we're not rebuilding it.
Thank you,
Wait.
Councillor Anderson. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Great. But we would definitely make recommendations of, what are some of the options for those?
Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Trying to carefully curate my questions so I don't get too operational here. There's currently 53 bridge structures that are below adequate. I'm wondering how many bridges are currently closed or have reduced load ratings?
I don't have the number off the top of my head.
I don't
sorry,
either.
I'd have to look at the program.
How many STIP applications are you expecting to submit for 2026?
For 2026? Well, we'll put in that, depending on where budget's at, if council's supportive of moving more than one forward, then we would submit multiple based on. It's no point submitting if we don't have the budget in-house to match, right? So.
And how many shovel ready projects do we currently have on the shelf and ready.
Sounds like two.
2.5.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any further comments? Go ahead, please. Councilor.
A ballpark, so 50 bridges that are below standard, what's the cost? Like, what's that worth in dollars
Annually,
right now? All of
So-
it today.
the numbers we've looked at, it's between $4 and $5 million a year capital investment to do for the next 10 years, and $500,000 of maintenance. So, if we increase maintenance, then we might be able to push out some of the capital, right?
So is it fair to think on bridges alone, we're looking at sort of a $50 million infrastructure deficit
Oh, absolutely.
or more?
I don't think that's an exaggeration at all.
Cause I think, we talk about it a little bit a year, but it's important to get the message to our ratepayers, like what's the size of the problem? And the guy sitting behind you probably is curious.
I forgot about him. Sorry. But 95 bridges in a 10-year envelope is significant. So I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't here in front of you to explain to you what's going on. And the whole reason we're here is that I have to come up with a maintenance plan to try and make it so that there's not 95 bridges in the next 10 years. That's going to take maintenance dollars. So yes, we're going to need capital, but we're going to need maintenance dollars as well. And the first step is getting a maintenance contractor in who, I know a maintenance contractor sounds like they can actually do items that they're qualified to build bridges. So they can replace any component of that bridge and help us deal with our low ratings that are 2s and 3s. And when we get to a situation where we're only dealing with 4s, that's where we want to be, right? And if we only have 4s left, that's where we want to be.
Thank you. Is everybody? Awesome. Well, I know, thank you very much for the presentation and the information you brought forward. I am extremely thankful for this conversation. It's one that, again, as Councillor Hall just mentioned, the public really need to understand what's happening in the county with our infrastructure, and bridges isn't our only infrastructure that we have to consider. And when I looked at the overall health on page 14, as Councillor Anderson mentioned, 53 below adequate, 50 poor, and 1 very poor. Half the bridge infrastructure needs our immediate focus, which of course you're on, and I get that you're at it, you're making it happen. But the other half, as you know, we have to do the maintenance. So it is a huge fiscal hit to the county, and one that we will hopefully be managed over the next 10 to 15 years, if we can extend that out a little bit, and that it's not interrupted by a changeover in staff and council, because that also creates that halt and those gaps that push us further down, further away from the finish line. So once again, thank you very much for being here today and for explaining everything to us. And I'm quite sure if anybody else has further questions that they know who to reach out to and get those answered. So I appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Take good care. Can we take please a recess for about, let's take 10 minutes. Absolutely. Please and thank you. And come back. Oh, man. All right, we'll reconvene here this morning. We just finished our bridge program delegation presentation. We are on to 4.1 of our agenda, water and sewer charges, page 49 to 54 of your package. We have a recommendation here, of course, to go through to give first reading, second reading, possibly third reading of bylaw 009/2025. Is there anybody? Counselor Mins?
I would, I would move that recommendation with an amendment to the Collington Hamlet charge of instead of 424 a cubic meter for the first five cubes, to go with a 213 a cubic meter for the first 5 cubic meters for that levy, that improvement levy, that way it's just straightforward. After 5 cubic meters, then Collington goes to a $6 cubic meter thereafter.
Thank you. So if everybody understands what that means, we have the improvement levy in Collington that is a forgiveness of $19.33. So to as we did on our prior bylaw, we had that situation that was again exactly that. We had a forgiveness of $19.33 a month. Once that forgiveness was reached in their minimum cubes, then it went to the regular price everyone else along has paid. So I'm in support of that amendment as well. I wrote down the same thing, 213 for the first 5 cubic meters and 6 cubic meters thereafter over the 5 cubic meters for Collington. And everything else on the bylaw for me looks fantastic. When I did a little bit of savings, what that looks like from our current rate to what the $6 cube rate would look like. Collington would save $35.89 a month. Grassland would save 30. This is based on average, by the way, the average cubes. Collington would save $35.89 a month. Grassland would save $32.60 per month, and Wandering River would save $42.38 per month, which is exactly, I think, the goal that we were trying to accomplish here, considering the amount of surplus that we were realizing from the current rate. Is there? Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. In our committee of the whole agenda, under this scenario, it said that we would be expecting a deficit of 292,000 approximately for the upcoming year. I'm just wondering what the additional deficit to wastewater would be. I didn't see that calculated. Unless I missed it. And further, what budget line will this be cut from? Because the motion doesn't include to amend the budget, so what budget line would we be taking this out of?
I guess that would be a consideration of general taxation, and it would be in the water budget. So we would be looking at the same as we do with every other budget. This is just for me thinking off the top of my head, but every other budget shows whether it's a deficit, which most of our services do. So we would show it there, and then the shortfall for revenue would come from general taxation.
But as follow-up, you're not making a motion to amend the water budget. So because that's not being done, what line item is this being taken from?
Well, I guess when I consider looking at this today, we are having an interim budget that we are going to be discussing shortly after. And that conversation can definitely be taking place, because I think we all knew, as we used to have, a 3-year average was about $150,000 deficit. So those shortfalls in the revenue always came from general taxation. So it's either that, or we can look in other items, but that's a conversation that's yet to come here this morning. Anybody else? Councillor Wallach?
I'm not comfortable with subsidizing water as heavily as we are. currently we are paying for all the capital out of general taxation, so the taxpayers are paying for the water lines already because we're not charging it out in the water rate. I don't think it's fair to a lot of our residents that don't have access to water or have to go to town to haul water because there isn't an economical choice for them to go anywhere else. So I don't think it's fair to be putting this back on the general taxation as we already paying the capital out of general taxation.
Thank you. If I just might comment, when it comes to capital projects, those are eligible for grant funding. When we look at all wells, dugouts, all of those type of agricultural needs, this county has been gifted, I guess you could say, many grants to make those things happen. Every single one of our services, over 35 plus services that we have are subsidized. And I'll just say currently costs of providing goods and services in Athabasca County are funded publicly through general taxation, and in some cases combining user fees to help recover costs of providing specific goods, except for potable water. That's current. That's a basic human right and a requirement for life. Potable water is currently under a user pay model, which we have seen actually turn into a profit of plus 500,000. So any capital projects that have been mentioned in this report are definitely covered through that. However, since the implementation of the user pay model, it has also created issues of affordability for many residents, which for me is simply unacceptable. As we do with the multiplex is a perfect example. Not everyone uses the multiplex or has access to it. It's with every service that we offer. It's some can take advantage of it, some can't. But this is water, and water is from corner to corner of our county, something that is a human right and an absolute need that not only benefits economic development, agricultural development, personal use, everyone has access to it. So I guess that's where I kind of beg to differ.
So are we gonna start subsidizing people that can't haul? Like say north of town, they have to go to town to get water. Are we subsidizing their water that they're hauling from town? And secondly, are we subsidizing people with wells that have to pay for softeners and distillers and whatnot to actually drink the water out there, right? So that's where I struggle with this.
Okay, if
I
could
don't
just-
need a response back, but that's just what
Well, just a quick
struggle with.
follow-up. Anyone who hauls water would not actually be subsidized anyway through the rate, as we've discussed. And with regards to wells, those of all, most of wells around this area have received grant funding. So it's exact, that is very true. If you actually go back and look through it.
We, we have started actually helping county residents out with actually building infrastructure. Hopefully that'll happen here really soon, startup. And we are doing waterline studies to the south now. We're doing waterline studies from Boyle to Caslan, maybe to hopefully help people out there. We have had discussions with another municipality to the north about possibly trying to cross the river and head water across the river. So for many years I've hauled water and out west of Athabasca, and I've seen my neighbors haul water north. I've seen my neighbors haul water east and north. And yeah, we could all go down and buy it cheaper in Collington because that's the closest fill station for potable water. And we've always had to haul from town. So this is why we started this initiative, thank goodness, with help from our neighbors of the Summer Villages to get a Water for Life grant to go west. So it's starting. This is not a subsidy this is a subsidy no different than subsidy for dust control. Really no different than a subsidy for people's taxes going into paying for gravel that don't even live along a gravel road. They never see a speck of gravel, but they have to, their taxes go to it. So it's like, I don't know. I don't understand why we want to gouge one entity or not gouge, why we want to actually make somebody pay for, that we don't want to subsidize or help people pay for a certain item when we're helping many items be subsidized for it. Let's go back to the dust control. All of a sudden, we've added on more dust control. So it's like, and that's a true subsidy there, huge subsidy. So there's some people that need dust control. There's some people that don't, but we pay for it. So water, I don't understand it.
Thank you. And I agree, it's all about affordability, and that's how we manage to get the services that we do to people is through subsidy, and it makes those services affordable. And for me, water is one of the most important. It's not a service, it's a basic human right. We need to live. So for me, it's irresponsible not to treat water as we do every other service. With that, Councillor Hall.
I think, I mean, I've generally withheld a lot of comments on this issue, but you know, I know we're going to start voting on first reading, and I'm not under any illusions about where this may or may not go, but I do have a couple of comments I want to share. I mean, before that happens, because I mean, it's clearly apparent to me that the discussion on the council table over the past many months, we have been generally concerned about improving affordability for county provided water service to our residents while being competitive on a more regional level regarding the price of bulk water. We've done other things to improve planning for the future needs and expenses, and we only need to think about, you know, the reserve fund for the evergreening of emergency services equipment or gravel pit reclamation as examples. And I think it's important in this discussion, and as we think about how we deal with water, that we consider what funds we do set aside on an annual basis, whether it's from general taxation or water sales, for the future renewal of the water system. And to do that really aligns with our guiding principles or the values we talk about that determine how we operate both in our public facing and internal operations. Planning for the future helps ensure that that's sustainable. And I know there's, you know, plenty of variations of water pricing that we could talk about or use. I'm worried that we focused really on only one specific option without having a meaningful discussion of various alternatives, or how we've even aligned what we've picked with our strategic plan. And that for me is one of the big questions here. And I know, you know, taking advice into account, at least the best advice we had available to us, and notwithstanding what I think still were everyone's best effort, it's clear that council missed the mark on our current water rate bylaw. We're off track on that, and I'm in agreement with what I think is most people at the table, that we need to improve the pricing on domestic water for our residents and basically make domestic water more affordable for people that live here. But I think we all have kind of along the way also acknowledged that water can be used as an influence on economic activity, local competitiveness for the businesses that operate within the county. And we've had presentations about businesses feeling uncompetitive, and the price of water impacts affordability of living here and doing business here. And it's important that we get it right. I do feel like and believe that the pursuit of a flat rate system is a little too short in focus and a bit of a mistake. I'm disappointed that we haven't taken more time to consider how we can align that with our strategic plan and our goals, because I think one of the decisions council needs to choose is the extent to which we're prepared to ask ratepayers to subsidize industry, non-residential users, commercial users, and really importantly, how much are we prepared to subsidize users from outside of the county? What burden should be placed on all ratepayers to fund that water service generally, and more specifically, those non-residential and non-resident users? I think it's important, and I don't know if we really got this, but we've got to remember that the county is not the water service provider. We've heard a comment today already from many residents who haul water and that purchase water from the town or even the Village of Boyle. So even our discounted rates are not reasonably or economically available to all residents. So we're doing something that affects some in terms of the affordability, but not actually all. And one of those pillars we identified in the strategic plan was about strengthening our economy. And I think this is important for us to do, and we can do this by establishing, ensuring our utilities are affordable and ensuring that they're affordable for residents and the businesses that are here. But I also think we have to balance that and with maintaining an affordable property tax regime, because necessarily all subsidies are transferred to general taxation. we've talked about integrity, and specifically as a council, it will provide transparency, fairness, accountability, and I think it's important the decisions we make regarding water are fair to users and non-users, because every one of those people will subsidize the service in some way, just like all other services. But accountability to me also means being able to tie the decisions made on water rates to our strategic objectives with a clear understanding of the budget implications. And I'm not clear on why we're at 6, except that it was the lowest one we saw in the package. I feel like I think we can challenge ourselves to do better for residents. I'm also concerned that we're considering a rate that has no upper limit on the potential loss or subsidy. And it's difficult to find alignment for me with a strategic plan on that. I think we have to do better for residents and business, but I think we can do it in a way that puts some guardrails up, to use maybe a bridge term. So how we remain accountable to the resources entrusted without talking about that degree of subsidy is a challenge for me. And really, should we be subsidizing residents from other municipalities? And taking the time to make those future focused decisions now will avoid change for our system users and provide predictability for the residents and our ratepayers. I think it's really important we slow down just a touch and put in place a thoughtful plan that will be predictable and consistent when the water line comes in, instead of needing to make changes again in 12 months. And so to quote a colleague at the table, we have to do the best we can to make sure everyone's treated fairly and we're fiscally responsible. And I really believe the flat rate system proposed today is neither fiscally responsible or fair. I think we have better options. And I'm just hopeful that we have the courage to slow down and explore them. And so I would also like to propose an amendment to the bylaw that would reflect rather a rate of $4 per cubic meter. And Ms. Blair, I have this written down. I'll just give it to you. That would reflect a rate of $4 per cubic meter on the first 10 meters per month for residents, $6 per cubic meter for non-residential users on the first 50, and a rate of $7.95 on all volumes in excess of that base amount per month. There would be then no minimum charge, which we've talked about being a problem in the past. And then, of course, we would need to adjust the rate in Collinton to reflect the impact of the local improvement levy.
Can I get that
Okay.
repeated, please?
If,
I'm going to give this to Ms. Blair.
okay, so that would be the second amendment.
Yep.
So there will be no further amendments, just to make mention.
Just to repeat it because I probably said it too quickly. I propose we make an amendment to the bylaw to reflect a rate of $4 per cubic meter on the first 10 cubic meters per month for residential users, a rate of $6 per cubic meter for non-residential users on the first 50 cubic meters per month, and a rate of $7.95 per cubic meter on all volumes in excess of that base amount per month, and that there be no minimum charge. Further, that the rate in Collinton be adjusted by administration to reflect the impact of the local improvement levy. And I didn't calculate that because couldn't remember the number.
Thank you. I'm not even going to try and read that over. Councillor Cromwell, did you want to?
Thank you. Interesting information being put out, but also things that we have to be, that we have to consider here. We're talking about subsidizing non-county residents. We're talking about how we want to promote economical development. And yet we just talked about a multiplex where we are supplementing users from outside our municipality, but there's no issue with that. So I think we need to take a step back and actually look at what is accurate and what is an opinion and how that can be looked at across the board for equality. It's very clear that some changes are not, appearing not to be welcome across the board, but other ones are okay. And I think that is doing a disservice to our ratepayer, to our community. We've talked about this at length around the room. What do people care about? They care about roads. They care about water. They care about safety and security. How much do we actually provide to our ratepayer? We talked about residents that pay for gravel through taxation, but have no gravel nearby. We talk about people that pay for school fees and have no children or never have. We talk about users that pay for a multiplex in Athabasca that never travel that way, that are closer to Westlock, closer to Lac La Biche, and that use them in other municipalities. Why are we tunnel visioning on one to promote our opinion over looking at it as a whole. We have the duty and the ability to make water affordable. Water is life. The idea that we are going to hold back on people having the ability to afford water and then take the burden off other utilities, other bits of rising inflation is ludicrous. We have a way to make it move forward. And there's no need to posture and to pretend that this is not beneficial for our ratepayer.
Thank you, Counselor Mins.
I would like to get clarification on what ratepayers from other municipalities is Councillor Hall talking about? What ratepayers from other municipalities are you reflecting this to?
I think we all know that summer villages are part of it, Lac-La-Biche County. I mean, if we get down to the right price for non-resident users, it could be economical for people to drive in from the east in Lac-La-Biche County to fill at Grassland even. But certainly, we have 8 summer villages in the county that many of whom haul water, and if they're hauling them on if they're hauling water at $6, the reality is we're subsidizing that rate. We're subsidizing out of county water, and I think we have options to provide a better deal for our residents, and I think we have the ability to differentiate. And I mean, I don't want to get into a cross-table debate. I think we all know that there are people who are not Athabasca County residents that fill up at our truck fills, and industry that hauls water out of the county.
I'm to follow up with that, I'm pretty sure that people from Lac-La-Biche County are not coming into Grassland to take on water at $9 a cube when they can actually get water for about $1.45 a cube.
I think it's $8.45.
That's for non-resident. Why would a Lac-La-Biche County person come into Boyle to buy water at $9 a cube when they can get water for $1.45 a cube? And we are having discussions right now, and we're working together with the municipalities, 6 of them to the west of us, and with the idea that we might end up keeping this water line. And our discussion here right now is, geez, maybe we can claw a whole bunch of money back from it. I just don't understand this idea of saying that we can change our water rates to advantageously grab more money from outside residents. It's I don't know. I just can't even fathom even having that discussion right now, as we're trying to work together with the people that we're saying that we can do this. I don't even want to have that discussion. I don't understand it.
Thank you. I think Counselor Cromwell and then Counselor Gerlach, and we're going to start wrapping it up, folks, because we have talked about this for over 2 years. And we all pretty know where we sit with regards to this, and we keep repeating the same thing over and over in every meeting. But go ahead, Counselor Cromwell.
You know what? Everything I've said has, I think, been said, and enough with the waiting. Get it done.
Thank you, Counselor Gerlach.
So much of this are mixed messages. It's one thing. The more water we use, the better the rate. So then the next thing we do is try to discourage water use. To what end, I don't know. But if you take all of the taxes that are paid on farmland and residential, it covers the cost of administration and legislation, and not a whole heck of a lot more. So basically, the money that's coming to subsidize or to fund programs is coming from our industrial tax base. And I don't think we should differentiate and say they should be paying more, because they're the ones that are paying for it anyway. I think every drop of water that is produced in this county should be sold for the same price in the town, in the village, or whatever, at a cost price. We should be as efficient and effective as we can be. And then you can put so many percent on to cover the costs and whatever, but we're making this thing so complicated, and it basically is pretty simple. we don't want to discourage the use of water. I'm, I'm frustrated.
I think where a few of us are. Thank you, Counselor Gerlach. Go ahead, Counselor Cromwell, last time. please,
Thank
to
you.
go.
I did remember what I wanted to say. Looking at the amendment that Mr. Hall put up there, the one thing that I want to note is for our non-residents. Now, I'm assuming that will mean commercial. And how does a water hauler fit into that would be my one question. So you have some residents that are going to get a better deal than others depending on when they fill up. We're making it more convoluted. We're adding more problems. We're not fixing them. And I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you for coming back to me.
Okay, thank you so much. I think with regards to the Second Amendment, just saying I'm not in support. For me, having affordable quality water for all in our municipality benefits every corner of it. It welcomes residents, businesses, and visitors alike. And as far as our strategic plan, vision, mission, and values, it speaks to just that, with a focus on rural life in a place that people are proud to call home. And for me, being proud to call home is making sure that we're looking after everyone within it. So I think we'll start with the Second Amendment now. I think we've.
Could I have a word? Everybody's had 2 shots at this.
Everybody, we've been around several.
I've
times.
spoken once on this, so I'd like to clarify 2 things. Dust control and gravel production or application are not applied outside the county. We don't apply it in the summer villages to their residents for discounted rates. I think we need to be careful about how we muddle the arguments. Now, it's fine to disagree with the amendment. This is why we have these things at the table. Vote against it and we'll move on. But I'm suggesting to you that we have the ability to offer our residents a really reasonable deal to make it affordable. And I do agree that uniform rates would be great across the region. I would love to see that, but that's not the question in front of us. And it's not something, sadly, that we have the ability to control today. And I hope we get there too.
Thank you. So on the Second Amendment, oh, pardon me, go ahead.
I'd like-
I'd like to request a recorded vote, please.
Thank you. Recorded vote it is. Miss Leah, are you able to read back, please, the Second Amendment proposed by Councillor Hall?
Moved by Councillor Hall to amend the motion that bylaw 009/2025 be given first reading as amended as follows. To reflect a rate of $4 per cubic meter for the first 10 cubic meters per month for residential users, and a rate of $6 per cubic meter for non-residential users for the first 50 cubic meters per month, and a rate of $7.95 per cubic meter on all volumes in excess of the base amount per month, and that there be no minimum charge, and further, that the rate in Collington be adjusted to reflect the impact of the local improvement levy.
Thank you. The motion is on the table. Sorry. I think at this point, and is there something compelling that needs to be added?
Well, I just got thinking there, so if we're gonna start segregating different rates out and everything, can we even do that? Can we even segregate different rates out like at the truck fills? Can we
Not at this time.
charge different at the truck fills?
Madam Chairman, yeah, our report indicates that once we've got new software in, we will be able to differentiate rates far better than we can today.
But once we get new software in, that software isn't in, so if this bylaw is passed today, could we actually do that?
It would be difficult.
Right, so thank you.
Okay. So, thank you, Councillor.
Just for clarification, when are we expecting the new software? Like, I know we're planning on it this year, but just, are we expecting it soon? Is it by fall, kind of?
Yeah, I just signed the purchase order for it yesterday, so I think our operator was hoping by the end of June, so give a little bit of leeway, it might be into July.
Thank you. And in which case as well, we would assume that we'll be looking at an annual review. We're halfway through the year, so this will obviously be coming back for the revision of the bylaw again. Now, if we can go forward, please, with all the information I think everybody has on the Second Amendment that Councillor Hall has proposed. It has been read. Does everybody understand it? All those in favor of the Second Amendment? And it's a recorded vote. So Councillor Capitania, Councillor Wallach, Councillor Hall, and Councillor Anderson. And all of those opposed? Councillor Cromwell, Councillor Gerlach, Councillor Mins, Councillor Holland, and Councillor Chamzik. That amendment fails. On the First Amendment, I'll read it again. I believe it was for the bylaw remains the same minus the Collinton Hamlet for the first 5 cubic meters would be $2.13 and $6 per cubic meter thereafter over 5 cubic meters. Everyone understands that particular amendment? All right, if we're ready for the vote, and it'll be recorded vote. As I've requested it. I've requested a recorded vote. Okay. On this amendment, all those in favor. We have Councillor Cromwell, Councillor Kapitanic, Councillor Mins, Councillor Holland, Councillor Chamzik, Councillor Hall, Councillor Anderson. And all those opposed, Councillor Wallach and Councillor Gerlach. Okay. That amendment passes. So we now will move to giving first reading of bylaw 0092-025 as amended. Councillor Mins would like to propose that we give first reading of bylaw 009-2025 as amended. We're all ready for that.
I assume this is a recorded vote.
We'll record every one of these votes today for this one, for this particular item.
And
It's when requested, madam. It's
Yeah.
not assumed.
Okay,
can I, now that the main motion is back on the table, ask administration, so we've got a date on the bylaw that it's, if upon effect of the third reading, is that reasonable and convenient? And is that something that, like, are you better to align the price change with the billing cycle or the beginning of the month or something like that so that we can think about that before we get to second reading?
Madam Chair, we'd have to look into that. I don't know. It probably should align with the end of the month. Yeah. Otherwise, we'd have split utility rates at some point. Yeah. I mean, the truck fills are one thing, but the account holders in hamlets are another, or any of the account holders.
Okay, thanks.
okay. So on the first reading, Councillor Wallach?
So can we actually get clarity before we pass this or start working on this? Like, can we get a report back for the next meeting?
We'll do whatever, Madam Chair, we'll do whatever council wants.
Oh, yeah, I would recommend for me personally, it would be a change for May 1st, but that would be, of course, again, for council to decide. First reading, if we're ready to go. First reading to give first reading of bylaw 009-2025 as amended. All those in favor. Recorded vote. We have Councillor Cromwell, Councillor Mins, Councillor Holland, Councillor Chamzik, and those opposed. First reading fails. That was Councillor Gerlach, Councillor Kapitanic, Councillor Wallach, Councillor Hall, and Councillor Ashton. Councillor Ashton Anderson. Sorry, going around. All right. Pardon me. There we go. So I think we can break for lunch at this time, folks. And we will take 30 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair. Before you move on, as we're still on 4.1.
We're good. Go ahead, please.
I have another motion that I would like to make, please.
Okay, I'm gonna just prepare to write it. I'm ready.
To recommendation to give first reading of bylaw 009/2005 as presented in Schedule A of our package without any modifications or edit.
Okay. Thank you.
Isn't that a reconsideration?
No, because it's a different motion.
It is a different motion. It says presented in Schedule A.
And we've done that every time we've talked about water. When the motion has failed, we've had the ability to bring in other motions that are different. And I do not believe that would count as a reconsideration as it's a different motion.
I agree.
I would also argue that that's a reconsideration as the way that it was treated was that Counselor Mins had moved first reading and then made an amendment, and then there was a second amendment. That's how it was voted on and that's how it was treated, and therefore this would be a reconsideration.
I believe the amendment, the final motion that Counselor Mins made included the amendment. So I guess I would ask for a weigh-in on this one, because as far as I understand it to be, the original motion was as amended.
You
If I'm not
can't make another motion after you need a motion on the floor before you can make an amendment to begin with. So that doesn't actually work.
Okay,
So, Madam Chair, the way that I recorded it as has Leah, is that you amended the bylaw before you gave it first reading. So you made an amendment and you voted on it, then it was presented for first reading as amended. And then you voted on that.
so this wouldn't be a reconsideration, what Counselor Cromwell is proposing?
It's not reconsidering the same motion.
Correct.
That would be
That's my.
you're not reconsidering the exact same scenario.
Exactly. That's exactly where I'm sitting as well.
It's a matter of interpretation, but.
Yeah, my
that's-
interpretation as well.
I believe we voted 3 times. The original motion
Because of. the
and 2 amendments.
No, we didn't vote on the original motion. We voted on amendments, 2 amendments, and then the amended reading. That's how I understand it, what was just so told to us. Because if we would have voted on the first reading, we wouldn't have had to have any of the amendments. All right,
When we did this before, the amendments were failing. It wasn't the actual bylaw. So that's where it's different. We did vote on the amendments, correct? But we voted to vote down the bylaw. It doesn't matter if it was amended because it was voted on as the bylaw. So when we did this before and all those amendments failed, we weren't voting on the bylaw. It was on the amendments.
the actual first reading of the bylaw as amended was what failed. Counselor Cromwell is asking for is to give first reading of the bylaw.
The first reading
As
was done
presented.
already. We failed the first reading
Of the amended by.
of
Of
the
the
bylaw.
of the amended
Of
bylaw.
the amended.
Doesn't matter
bylaw.
if it was amended.
It
Yes,
does
does.
matter. They're
It
different.
does,
Still the
because
bylaw.
he's asking for, well, and again, I understand it to be that and I could be wrong, but I understand it to be that he is asking for this bylaw not to be amended, but as presented. And what we voted down was an amendment.
So we're gonna add those amendments again.
Pardon me? I'm sorry.
What would happen if we added those amendments again?
We couldn't do the amendments because the amendments would have to be reconsidered. We voted on the amendments. They would have to be reconsidered.
We can make new amendments.
You could make new amendments. You could definitely make new amendments. So I believe where we're going with this is for, as Councillor Cromwell mentioned, to give first reading of the bylaw 009/205 as presented. And the amended bylaw failed.
Correct.
Okay,
I'd like a recorded vote.
Thank you. Are we going to have conversation or discussion? Would anybody like to discuss before we go to give first reading of bylaw 009/2025 as presented in Schedule A of our package? All right, we're ready to take that to the question. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's Counselor Cromwell, Counselor Gerlach, Counselor Mins, Counselor Holland, and Counselor Chamzik. Any opposed? Counselor Capitania, Counselor Counselor, geez, I don't know why I have my heck time with this. Counselor Anderson and Counselor Wallach. The first reading passes.
I'll move second read.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Mins would like to move second reading of bylaw 009/2025 as presented in Schedule A of the package. Recorded vote, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Yep, recorded vote is requested by Counselor Mins. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Counselor Cromwell, Counselor Gerlach, Counselor Mins, Counselor Holland, Counselor Chamzik. All those opposed? Counselor Anderson, Counselor Wallach, and Counselor Kapitaniak. I will put it out there. I know where it's gonna go. Is there unanimous consent for third reading?
Yeah.
All those in favor for third reading? It's not got unanimous consent, so we will stop there. Thank you. I believe we are moving on to 5.1, page 55 of your package. And this is the 2025 budget and tax rate scenarios. I'm just going to start to just mention to say to urge all residents who are listening and everybody out there, please read this report and I'll turn it over to administration to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Member of Council. I'm joined by my colleagues in the Finance Department, and we're presenting today to you some tax scenarios and also some adjustments made to the budget. So if Council is okay, do you prefer to start with the budget and we can walk you through some of the changes? Obviously you need to know what your 2025 budget looks like before you take a look at any scenarios. So if you have any questions, I believe there was a handout. We can go through it line by line if you prefer, or we can highlight any areas where you have some questions.
Okay, where does it, go ahead, Councillor Anderson, where would you like to go?
As this wasn't provided to all members of council with enough time for us to go through it thoroughly, I think we should go through it line by line.
I agree. Is everybody comfortable? All righty, we're ready to go when you are. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to turn it over to my staff here.
Okay, so we can start by going through the budget summary. Page 1. You will not see anything highlighted here, even though all the changes are being brought forward to here.
It's document.
This is the budget summary, page 1 of the package.
Yes.
Correct. Yes. So all the changes that you see followed through in all the budgets are being reflected in the summary, but they're not highlighted here because everything did change a little bit. But if you, Madam Chair, if you would like, we can go through starting with legislative budget and then go from there.
Thank you.
Yeah. And starting with legislative budget, there is no changes there whatsoever from what was approved. Moving on to administrative services on page 5. We increased our return on investment by 800,000 based on our actuals for the year. We also did a transfer from reserves for 100,000 from the asset management plan. We also had new dividend income from UFA starting in 2025. Salaries and benefits were also adjusted to reflect actuals and also based on reallocation of staff.
That's page 7. Maybe we'll mention the pages when we get to them.
Sure. Actually, okay.
Okay, we've got a couple going on, Counselor Anderson and Counselor Mins.
Thank you. Being that it increased so much for line 2110 corporate services staff salaries, can we explain which positions were being reallocated and where they're being reallocated from?
Through the chair. So we had budgeted for 2 IT staff that were both removed. We added a communications coordinator and moved some of the money from the IT into the IT contract.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we've been trying, we've had IT staff in the budget for years, actually, and we tried filling that. We just can't recruit. So we're proposing to reallocate some and we're redoing the contract with our contract provider to provide us additional services, but we're kind of gonna give up on getting any staff right now until conditions change.
Thank you. Does that satisfy?
To follow up, you're adding a new communications coordinator,
Additional communication coordinator, correct,
additional, so there will be 2 of them.
correct.
I just, to piggyback on Counselor Anderson's talk there. Is there a reason why we can't find IT staff? Like what's, like, because there's nobody out there or?
We, those people with those skills right now, we weren't able to recruit locally. So we're probably trying to recruit from a metro area and they don't need to move because they can stay there and make their living there.
Yeah.
We need to get lucky with that individual that wants to live in small town living in a beautiful place that's within less than 2 hours from Edmonton, but for that particular discipline, we're not lucky. We're doing okay in other areas.
So if we hear of somebody that's looking for a position, throw them in.
Yeah, we still,
Yeah, okay.
technically, there's still money in the budget for either more contracting or a staff person.
Oh, okay.
But we just haven't had any luck.
Okay, and that, I guess I got a couple of questions. That's line 2246. Other professional fees. Is that where that ties into possibly? It goes up from $70,000 budget to 252.
Through the chair.
Yes,
Go ahead.
2240. Yes, that's the increase to our
Okay.
to our contractor.
Right on, okay. What is this? So 2511 office supplies goes from 70,000 to 107.
2511 would be on page 10.
Page. I thought we went, I thought we were over it.
Not yet.
Oh, okay, I'm done.
Please go ahead. Order in which you were going there, yeah.
Madam Chair, if I would suggest we handed another handout that says changes from December interim budget. If we could go through that rather than going, all those changes are also, they're right from the budget. But in this document, you will see a little bit of an explanation for all the changes that did already happen. And if member of council have questions from these, we can go through them individually.
Okay, thank you. Is everybody familiar with the changes from December interim budget that we received? It came through email last night. Everybody's got it? Okay. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, 2511 isn't, I don't see that in there, so. Yeah, it's not on here, so maybe provide an answer.
Yes, so member of council, that allocation for the office supplies is integrated with our IT. So a portion of the two ITs that we reduced came from, we allocated for ergonomics and computer replacements.
Thank you.
So followed by, after wages, we increased our professional services and legal fees by 100,000. This is, for our, again, transfer from reserves from the asset management plan. We'll be using this, to look at our budget and how we do some of our internal billing and gross recovery stuff.
Counselor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Under recreation grants, there's one for a line item for assist schools in bus costs and another one for bus to swim and other programs. On page 11 of the agenda package. Can you explain what the difference between those two line items is?
Through the chair, we haven't changed these. These are just what have been carried forward from prior years. I know the assist school and bus program is per the policy 2613. I don't know much. I can look into the bus to swim program and get back to you about that one. I don't know much.
Thank you. That'd be great because I don't think $1,500 is adequate to be busing kids from Grassland, Boyle, Grassland to swimming. So I'm almost wondering if this didn't get duplicated at some point and they bumped up one of the line items and then just have kept the other one in here. But I would like some clarification on that. I'd also like some clarification on the teen center contributions. Where are contributions sent to each of these groups last year? Like, is it just a check that we're sending? Is there some kind of recognition? Because I remember seeing an article in the Advocate saying that the county had given them about $500 or something like that. And I don't remember seeing that we had given them $5,000 for the Boyle Youth Center. So kind of wondering how that program's working, if we are paying it out, if you're checking in with these groups, like, how is it working?
Sure, we can get back to you about that one for sure too.
Thank you, Counselor Wallach.
Just going back to page 9 under registration and fees. I don't see Alberta Hub listed on this budget or the economic development budget. Can you confirm that we're still paying that?
Through the chair, sorry, Alberta.
Alberta Hub.
Alberta Hub on page 9 is where we're at.
It's not listed there. That's why I'm wondering. It's not listed in the ag dev budget as well.
We're just gonna pause for a moment until everybody's on the same page over here so that we don't have more voices speaking than page 9. We're on page 9. We're on code 2270 at the bottom, which is for registration fees, registration fees and land title fees. And the question is, Alberta Hub is not included in this list, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, are we all on the same page? That's a nothing. You're welcome. That's okay. Okay, so are we all good, folks? Everybody's on the same page? Okay, page 9,
Madam,
code 2270.
Madam Chair, if you flip to page 64, it looks like it's there.
In the ECDF budget.
In the ECDev. Okay, so it's in the ECDev. Okay. Okay,
I got just question why the chamber fees are included in this one and not in the ECDev one. But that's whatever.
would you like it moved? It would make more sense. They can be shifted.
Yeah, we can do that.
That's great. Fantastic progress. Anybody else on this one? All right. Next. Counselor Anderson has a question.
We move on. Are all members of council in favor of adding another communications coordinator? As per the list here, it says that that's another $120,000 a year. Are we? I just want to make sure that we're actively making the decision, that we're not just skipping by it.
No, and I see there's a hand up for sure. I guess right now, in my brain, I would be making notes on all of these things because this is a discussion time. We're not passing this today, we're discussing it more than anything. So for me, that twigged in my brain too, and I wrote it down. And we will be coming back and having further discussion, or would you prefer that because not everybody's here now as well. So how would you prefer this conversation carried on?
I think if there's things we find concerning or want changed, we should let admin know now so that they can make those amendments prior to the final presentation to council, because they may have to shift things throughout.
Okay.
And we shouldn't be throwing those amendments at them at the last second. That doesn't seem fair to administration if we knew about them a week or two in advance.
Okay. So when it comes, Counselor Cromwell, we'll come back to what Counselor Anderson said, but Counselor Cromwell, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with Counselor Anderson. We're not here to dictate to admin what positions they're allowed to have, but we do dictate the budget. And as we are moving forward, I would like to have explanations from administration for changes like that. As the budget is our document, but not the staffing. So I would like the reasons are, to actually talk about having that other position. So from a budgetary point, we can consider the pros and cons, whether we approve that or deny that budget request.
Thank you. So we'll open the discussion for the communications coordinator so that everybody is on the same page and can weigh in on that. Okay, where do we want to begin? Do you want to start?
Well, Madam Administration will go first. I got no problem addressing it. It's been a constant refrain that I keep hearing from council that they want more things done in communication, maybe more mail outs. They want specific things added to social media. They want, basically it's more. And so we prepared a communication strategic plan, which tells council more. We want to do more mail outs, direct mail outs to people. Maybe even quarterlies if we ever get to that stage, which would be great. That's the gold standard in other counties. In order to do that, we need more resources. Otherwise, if you're happy with level of service at communications right now, please tell us that and there will be no changes. Thank you.
Thank you. No, and I appreciate that because what exactly twigged my mind about the position was what you exactly said, the strategic plan that has been just rolled out that we all accepted. I was curious how that was going to play out with one person. I sat back and went, oh, you're going to be here till midnight most nights. So, I kind of understood it that we would see it, but go ahead, please.
Well, and I guess just to clarify, I'm not opposed to the position. I'd just like to be able to look a taxpayer in the eye and say, yes, I recognize we added this. And I can very easily justify why, and you're going to see results from it. So I think we should make the active decision to include it versus just adding the things and
Without a conversation.
skipping past it. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in on that one? Go ahead, Counselor Chamzik.
Yeah, without a doubt, there was a lot of work putting into that plan. I know I'm excited to see it and, to justify that plan being put in place. I mean, I think that, we gotta move forward. We need the resources, so.
Thank you. And I know for just in speaking with people, one of the biggest complaints that I hear is, why wouldn't we told this? Where's the communication? I don't look at Facebook, right? And so I'm so glad to see that we have this strategy, and I know it may be difficult to look at a second position, but the benefits, I think, will far outweigh, as many prescriptions that they say. But anyway, anybody else? Please go ahead.
Through the chair, I just wanted to go back to the teen center contributions. We just looked it up. We did make the three $5,000 payments to the 3 clubs in 2024.
Oh, I did not mean to hit that button. Ooh, that's how that works.
Just so we know.
Yep. December 4th of 2024. Moving on to software maintenance. We increased our Laserfish annual from 26,000 to 40,000. We increased our GIS from 97,000 to 115,000. And then as the budget officer said, we did increase the IT contract from 130,000 to 252,000. And that is the increases being covered through the reduction in wages for the IT staff. We also we added a new line item for Laserfish maintenance for 6,000. And then also OK Alone for 4,000.
Yep. Okay, hang on. I think everybody's needing to know where we are again. So we're on page 8.
Page 8.
Page 8, and we're on code 2240.
2240.
Yeah. So if we can read the code as well, that would be really helpful.
Pardon me?
If we can also read the code as well, when we talk about a category, would be very helpful. Counselor Kaptanic.
I hate to do this, but I just want to go back to the teen centers. There was a concern that I heard that the teen center in Wandering River had not been operating since December. So did you guys have confirmation that it was in operation when you sent the check? Or can we get a confirmation if it is still open?
Through the chair, I can find out through our grants coordinator and find out and get back.
I
to you.
assume it would have been cash, but I don't want to make an assumption on something I don't really know about, but had heard. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else have anything? All right, please go ahead.
What's the difference between this? And this?
Sorry, one second.
We're just.
Take your time, take your time.
Sorry, we're just confirming some data here.
Absolutely.
I think we're the same. Yeah, he asked me if we budgeted this twice. Okay. We just need to confirm it.
Moving on to 2246, other professional fees. We just noted that there's a duplicate. We put the appeal fees twice there, so we will be removing one line item. They'll be reduced by 160,000 there.
So what this is, Madam Chair, is based on the change in assessment this year, we're anticipating a number of people will go to full appeal. So we estimated the cost per appeal, working with our board and the assessors, and we're estimating 50 full appeals. And so that number is an estimate, so we're budgeting for it. So it should just be the one number, not twice. But we're anticipating about 50 appeals.
Thank you. Does everybody have that?
And Madam Chair, we normally get one appeal a year, so it is kind of a big thing.
Thank you very much. Okay, does everybody have it? Okay, thank you very much.
Moving on to page 9, 2270. We added Northern Alberta elected leaders registration fees for $200 going forward. Page 10, 2511. Our budget officer did explain the ergonomics and laptops for 37,000. Also covered through removal of the wages of IT staff. 2690, we just adjusted the depreciation based on what we had actual for 2024. This has no impact on anything because it does get added back in the summary. If you see it, it does get added back at the bottom, so.
Just another government requirement that does us, yeah, just makes more work for you.
Yeah. No complaints. Followed by 2755, transfer to other organizations and individuals. We added Community Rail Advocacy Alliance for $2,000. EPC school internship trip for $2,500. And helipad assessments for $12,485, all per council motions. Moving on to page 11, 2760, transfer to reserves. We increased the reserve transfer from 1 million to 1.8 million to match the increase in interest from 1 million to 1.8 million. So all the interest that we do earn is going straight to general reserves. And that would be it for admin budget. Any questions, any more questions on admin?
Everybody looks happy. Do you have any questions? Nope, you're good. Everybody's good. I don't see
Perfect.
any, oh, did we lose Counselor Cromwell off Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, service area. Okay, please go ahead.
We'll move on to fire protection services. Page 13. Starting with the new DRP grant that we will be receiving of 180,000 in 2025. That would be, sorry, code 1840 provincial grant. We also removed the summer village of Miwata Beach and Bondis, the money we used to receive from them. I don't know them. Sorry, go ahead.
So the Summer Village of Miwata and Summer Village of Bondis, this would have been a local government grant. So when you say we removed it, refresh my memory, what happened there?
Good afternoon, members of council. The chief mentioned that we budgeted 20,000, 10,000 each, but there's no agreements that was in place. So he removed it because we don't have any agreements with them right now.
Okay, so I guess I wonder if we're working on agreements, could this possibly then be returned back to the budget?
Well-
If, depending on agreements?
Perhaps it could, Madam Chair, in our research, we couldn't find any fire agreements for any of the summer villages. No, there's one that's really out of date from the 1980s. And it references a payment every year, but it's really unclear how they pay us per incident. And a lot of times these days, you pay for just for response fees instead of paying a retainer every year. So we're working on a new agreement. Council will see it in I would say in the next 60 days before it would be rolled out as a draft to all the summer villages. We really need new agreements with every summer village.
Absolutely.
So
Thank you.
until we do that, we remove that from the budget, so it doesn't make it look like we are going to receive it.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, it's easier to add a revenue line later than it is to expense. So thank you.
Perfect. Moving on to 1851, other agency transfer or grants. We included FRIA Fire Smart grants as well as TC Energy grant, totaling to 80,499. Next up, we did 1994 other revenue. So this will be revenue that we deferred in 2024 that is being brought back in 2025, so we can utilize that money. So which is the Caslan OHS project, 210,000 remaining, we're bringing that in. As well as the equipment fund for 20,475 and the FSTP grant for 10,595. Moving on to expenses, 2110 salaries. We included a seasonal fire service tech for 3 months for 14,000. We also adjusted the salaries based on just allocation of managers and directors. We included training pay per policy for 25,000. And then we also reduced the paid on call to 175,000 because we have not been able to get that started yet. So I believe the plan is 1st of July to start the paid on call. Followed by 2142 benefits and allowance. We also adjusted that, as every time you adjust wages, you would be adjusting the benefits too. 2143 training. We added FRIA Fire Smart Grant Fire Service Training for 10,000. This is related to the grant we've seen up above. Then also the OHS project training for 20,935 also relates to the grant. And then FSTP grant training as well for 10,595. So these are usually, most of these are just in and out from the grant. The grant comes in, the expenses for the same amount, so it has no impact on the budget, but we still have to show the in and out on here. Moving on to 2217 telephone, cell phone. We will be buying radios for Caslan, and this is all covered through the OHS grant as well for 41,284. Page 14, 2234 professional consulting and legal fees. There is Caslan vegetation and mulching, all covered through the FRIA grant for 1499, as well as the plan update covered through FRIA grant for 7,500. 2246 other professional fees. We have automatic vehicle location for 20,400. Moving on to 2250. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. So for the automatic vehicle location, that is covering every single fire services unit. So everything from everything we have, right? It's not, there's nothing that's going to be eliminated from the location services. Is that accurate? I just want to make sure every one of them is covered.
If you don't wonder, like, are you talking to the extent of, like even our quad side by side, stuff like that?
Everything.
Everything.
Absolutely everything. You betcha, because
Trailers.
I'm asking that exactly, trailers, because quite often when you're dealing with your incidents and whatnot, you've got side by side that could be 2 miles down the road and you've got, yeah, just wanting to know that everybody's looked after.
Madam Chair, it's a work in progress, but that's the intent, to have it on all vehicles, yeah.
Okay.
So we have to track them all.
Okay, so this isn't going, or I guess I just have to get it clear in my head. This doesn't cover everything yet, but it's coming. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Moving on to 2250 contracted services. Oh, sorry, I guess we did, there's Caslan vegetation and mulching. We did that for 45,000. Then there's Jackfish Lake Fire Guard reclamation, which is covered through DRP for 200,000. And then also emergency social services plan update for 56,000. Moving on to 2252 contracted repairs for the buildings. We have fire hall security upgrades for 20,000. And fire hall signage and branding was removed and moved to 2026 from 2025.
I don't mean to go back, but the Jackfish Lake Fire Guard reclamation, that hasn't been done yet? The reclamation? No,
No, Madam Chair, it hasn't.
okay. And knock down a whole bunch of trees to.
Moving on to 2253, contracted repairs equipment. We moved Court respiratory fit tester annual certification from 2024 to 2025. We also moved command trailer maintenance, wireland trailer maintenance, flat deck trailer maintenance, and reconfiguration of old CPO vehicle from 2024 to 2025. So page 15, we also added Division 9, Unit 666, wildland trailer maintenance for $250. We added Division 4, Unit 665, flat deck trailer maintenance, sprinkler trailer maintenance, flat deck trailer maintenance for $250 each, as well as enclosed trailer maintenance for your Division 5 and another enclosed trailer maintenance for $250 each. There's also for Division 7, we have flat deck trailer maintenance and enclosed trailer maintenance, $250 each. As well as fire fleet life cycle analysis for $7,500. Yep.
For the fire fleet life cycle analysis, have we gotten quotes for that already, or is that just amount we're sticking in the budget to make sure we have something in there?
I believe, to the chair, I believe this is based on a quote.
Oh, okay. It's a really reasonable quote. I was expecting it to be more, so.
Page 16, 2270, licenses, permits, registrations. We added driver's abstract for 3,100. We opted, sorry, to 3,100 from 1,100 in 2024. Baptiste Lake VHF repeater radio license for 150. Boyle VHF repeater radio license for 350. And then First Due electronic records management annual license for 15,000. Moving on to 2510 supplies. We have personal protective equipment. We 10% replacement based on 130 members and 10-year lifespan. We opted to 95,000 going forward. Fire consumables opted from 18,500 to 30,000. Portable gas detector, we put in 3,500 for that, as well as 6,000 for a calibration station of gas detector. Remaining deferred revenue from Castland OHS project. This will be the non-capital equipment that we will be buying for $148,578. This should cover up most of that deferred revenue. Then we also have AHS MFR equipment fund for 20,475. And then wildland equipment for 10,000 covered through TC Energy grant. Moving on to 2532 construction supplies or maintenance supplies. We have improved door locks, high security and freeze protection for 4,000. Moving on to page 17, 2544. We included training center dumpster for $1,600 going forward, as well as training center porta potty for $500 going forward. 2690 depreciation, we adjusted it based on actuals. Again, no impact on the budget. And we've removed the Fire Pro 2 software annual license. Starting in 25 onwards, we removed it. And that's all for fire protection.
I just have a quick question, and it's probably been answered already, but I have forgotten. AFRAC radios for fire services, is everybody outfitted now with them, or is that still being rolled out?
No, that was all.
Everybody's-
Yeah,
Everybody's on the same channel.
should be.
Oh, that's awesome.
I know we spent the money, so
Okay, well, that's good. Good to hear. Thank you.
you bet. Moving on to emergency management and Highway 63 emergency services, page 19. We have deferred revenue from 24 EMPP grant for 19,372. That's coming in as income on 1840 conditional grants. Then we have 1851 local government grants. We have the Regional Emergency Management Program project partner contribution of 30,000. And then we have salaries decreased due to departmental allocations. So that will be the 2110. Sorry, it's not highlighted here, but salaries and benefit did change a little bit. And also 2234, which is again the Regional Emergency Management Plan revisions and exercise for 75,000. 2250 contracted services. This is the EMPP grant deferred revenue for $19,372. That will be all for emergency management, Highway 63 service. Moving on to page 22, enforcement services. Starting with 2110, salaries and wages. We have
I'll just let everyone know. There we go. Counselor Hall is now live on Zoom.
Right. So we just adjusted the wages and benefits again to factor in for the 3 CPO and support staff. Moving on to 225.
And Counselor Cromwell is now live on Zoom. Sure. Thank you, Counselor Chemsik. Very good idea. So for Counselor Hall and for Counselor Cromwell, who've just joined us, we're currently on enforcement services. I believe we're still on page 22 of that particular document that we received over email last night. If everybody's with us, give us a thumbs up and let me know that you're good to go and you're following this along the same way we are. Yeah, look at that, 2 thumbs up. Awesome. Okay, we're good to go.
Perfect.
Thanks so much.
We'll keep moving. So we are at page 22, count number 2253, contracted repairs equipment. So we included unit 710 exterior light bar install for $4,500. 2510 supplies, we added body camera for $4,500. Moving on to page 23, 2755, transfer to other organization. We adjusted the police funding model to reflect the actual requisition of $535,631. 2990, other expenses. We added patrol vehicles deep cleaning for $500, as well as, oh, sorry, I guess that's it for that one. Moving on to common services budget on page 25. Starting with 1930, transfer from reserves. We have 575,000 being transferred from Bueller Pit Reclamation Reserve that we had set up. This was the money that was saved from the reclamation cost in 24 and transferred to reserves and being pulled in 2025. Then we have asset management project, 200,000 coming in from reserves as well. And 65,000 from the shop design project coming in from reserves.
Just a quick. So the Bueller Pit Reclamation, that was money that was saved from the,
That is correct.
that's awesome. That's good work. If we can save money, thank you.
Moving on to page 26, 2110, salaries and wages. Again, they were adjusted to reflect actual based on how many staff we have and just reallocation of managers and directors, depending on how much time they put on each department or each budget. We also, again, 2143, the benefits also get adjusted every time you're touching wages. And then we also included the boot allowance here for 18,000. Sorry, it's not highlighted there, but it's under 2142 as well. Moving on to 2143, training. We reduced it, sorry? It was just missed in the interim budget. It should have been included initially, so we have included that now. 2234, professional consulting and legal fees. We have upped it from 151,000 to 280,000. And then we included 65,000 for a feasibility study for the new public works building as per council motion. 2246, other professional fees. We moved the recreation plan or asset management plan from 2025 to 2026 to be completed in 2026.
That plan is the, like for the recreation around the lakes and stuff
The
like that.
campground.
Campground.
It's a life cycle assessment of all of our rec facilities, including campgrounds, parks, beaches, everything, kind of like we did the building condition assessments this year for every building we had. We're trying to do the same thing with every rec bit of infrastructure we have to give us a game plan.
Boat launches.
Everything,
Everything.
100%, all in one, and
Perfect.
it'll be just like the bridge plan, then the end result will scare everyone, but it's information.
Yeah.
We have to do it.
And I'm just gonna throw it out there. Does that include the trails?
Well, it'll address trails that are our responsibility. So I'm sure that will be could be a point of discussion in 2026.
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Moving on to 2250, contracted services. We upped the gravel pit reclamation from 250,000 to 280,000, just to factor in inflation and increased costs in general. Moving on to page 27, 2253, contracted repairs equipment. We removed the VHF tower space rental, radio licenses, radios. And we moved it to 2270. We just and also factored it into other departments rather than just having it all in common services. So that factors in the 2270 licenses, permits and registration. Moving on to page 28. 2690 depreciation. Again, we just adjusted that to actuals. And I will let our budget officer carry on for the rest.
Hi, good afternoon. We're at page 30 for the road construction budget. We're looking at line number 1960, gross recovery revenue. We had we have changed the number to match all our expenses, all our gross recovery expenses to match for the whole thing. That's why we changed that number for 6,657,936. Page 31, salary. We decreased the salary by 3.349 to match actuals from last year and also to factor in the allocations that we do for directors and managers. And same thing with the benefits. Once you move the salary, always tied in with the benefits.
And Lackey, did this not get reduced out of common services?
We have transferred, yes.
Yeah, so it came from
Yes.
common services, so it's not like a new
No,
3.391.
Okay, moving forward. We also, page 32, 2535 road surfacing. I guess I'm kind of getting ahead. We'll go to 2270 first. This radio license, 4,500 just came from common services, the VHF towers. And also in line 2535, we had transferred this cost to line 2960 on page 33 for road surfacing as we do the work ourselves for 4.5 million. And if you go to page 33, depreciation, we just match it to actual, same thing. And also there's a new line item in 2960. It was just approved recently by council, drainage ditch for 294,000. And
That's township road 671A,
671.
not a ditch.
Perfect.
Just say, I really appreciate when admin has put in the motion numbers here, like that. Fantastic job with that, because I think that helps us track where we're making our decisions too.
Absolutely. And I'll also break into, if you need a break, please just, because we'll listen all day long. So if you need a break,
No.
just let us know.
That's why
That's- No worries. Any question in the road construction budget? Okay, moving forward, community transportation. Page 35. We have made some changes, but what do we talk about? Do we?
Madam Chair, this will be adjusted. Again, you might see a little bit of change in this. This will be reduced. We had initially changed some wages. But since this is agreed upon based on the committee with the partners, we can't just increase it. So we will be reducing this back to the original amount. So you will see it reduced for the next meeting.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. In line 20, oh, sorry.
I seen 2260, line 2260 on page 35. We've got SUV rental. That just pops up in my mind. Are we ever gonna see a SUV back here for council and
Yeah, I
instead of-
think the plan is, that's why, I think it's budgeted for half a year, is that right?
Yes.
Krista? That's
For the
the
SUV.
SUV. I think this is a trial and we just need to review that with our committee.
Yeah.
But I think the plan is to, we're gonna enter in a lease or something for an SUV. It's working out great for community transportation and then we would get ours back.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. In line 2690, same page 35, we just reduced the depreciation to actuals. that's all the changes for community transportation. And like our CFO mentioned, we're gonna, on the next meeting, budget meeting, we're gonna change those numbers again for salary and benefits. Okay, airport budget, page 38. In line 2110, we did adjust it's not highlighted on the budget document, but we did adjust the salaries and benefits as well. Again, for department managers and directors being allocated to their right spots. 2234 contracted service landing fee invoice, we completely removed it. Actually, decrease, it's actually incorporated, yeah, in the 3600 to traffic activity report, yes. And then we just moved some 2020 in line 2250 runway light system and maintenance. We just added the $5,000 in there. And on page 39, 2252 contracted building repairs, building maintenance. We have reduced this budget to supplies. So you can see $4,000 here were transferred to 2510. And line 2270, we just increased the registration fees by 4,600. Do you have any questions? Yeah.
Thank you. As far as the landing fees, can we talk about the administration required to invoice and collect the landing fees? Like, I'm just looking at $3,500 for sale of services for landing fees. Is it worth it? Because, I don't know, to me, it's probably costing us more in admin time every year to invoice that than it is worth charging the landing fees.
I see a twitch over there.
Is that something that maybe we should be looking at? Yes.
Is there,
Chair, all these little things like that. When we have time, and they should be looked at in every little service area. Is this worth doing? But some of that discussion might come out of the level of service review, little ideas that, are you guys sure you should be doing this? And so, good question.
Absolutely, yeah.
what I was wondering about that is there is this legislative that we have to keep this information or is it just because we want to collect money?
Don't know. We'd come back with some
Yeah.
of that.
I've
in the
often
future.
shook my head about it too, but.
Yeah.
All right, line 2530. Salt for airport runway. This was just moved from line 2960.
Can,
Uh,
can we change the word salt to chemical? Cause that is absolutely, we do not do that. We do not put salt on the runway. And if we have it wrote down somewhere that we do that, someone's gonna pick up on it.
Noted.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, moving along, 2690 depreciation. It's a big chunk because I think we just recently removed our, is it Avgas? That's why one of our depreciation went down for that. And in line 2960, a lot of these are just moving from one item to the other. So just kind of went to the different areas in this budget. So if you guys have any questions. clarifications. Nothing for airport, okay. All right, water budget. It's on page 41. Line item 1410. We did increase the revenue for the sale of services and sale of water, which is actually line item 1410 and 1440 to match the actuals that we had from last year. So those are why the numbers are up and we cost average it. And line 2110, 2142, same thing, salaries and benefits, just making sure that all the proper managers and directors are in the right spots. Line 2217, they actually transferred the 1900 to wastewater because the the salary has to be equal for, I mean, the phone expenses is equal to our water person. We have added a new line item 2221 for $4,000 for Water Plus subscription. And also line 2250, we added a increase of 20,000 for line repairs, factoring inflation and more unexpected line repairs. Okay, moving along, page 42, line 2270, radio licenses. This was just a transfer from common services, the 1,500 for that VHF tower license. For line 2510, we also, since we increase our revenue, we also increase the supplies that we use for water consumption. That's why it's reflecting those changes with that. We also have added in line 2540, 2,500 for factoring gas expenses, utilities. Same thing with power 2542. We increased by 2,000 to match actuals. And also depreciation line 2690. Actually, this one. For actually that one, I don't think it changed. It was just highlighted here, but it was mentioned in there. So any questions for
Counselor
water?
Wall.
Yeah.
Sorry, I might have just zoned out there for a second. Is there a where the upgrades to the credit card systems and that stuff in here?
It should
That'll
be
be
in the
capital.
capital budget.
Okay.
So
And then the credit card fees and the stuff associated with that isn't in here? As operational?
Sorry, so it's a whole system that would be put in place, so that's why it's in the capital budget.
I know, but the service, like, you're gonna have to pay for the service, right? For the credit card fees?
Yeah.
So is that included in here?
No, it is not, but we can factor that in for sure. I will talk to our operator and see what is expected for fees and charges, and we can estimate.
In addition to that, while we're on that line, so the back on page 41 on code 2221 for the Water Plus subscription, I'm assuming that subscription will change for the new software. Is that? So are we gonna lose? I guess isn't the Water Plus our current cards, however, system? Wouldn't that be then?
Don't know. We'll get back to you.
Okay, appreciate it.
Sorry, in our last package, it says 3,600 a year with the new system.
Thank you.
We can incorporate that in.
Any more water budget questions?
We're ready to go. Thanks.
Okay, we'll move forward. Wastewater services budget, page 44. Line item 1441. We are also increased the revenue to match actuals. Also, again, 2020 salaries and benefits, 2110, 2142. They both increase as the allocation for directors and managers. The line 2217 is the line number that was taken from the water budget to split out his costs for the phone bill. Line 2246 increase large survey by 12,000. And for the line 2250, there's no budget impact change. We just changed the number to increase the line manhole by taking it from the Rochester Lagoon brushing. Okay, and then line item 2511, office supplies has been increased for the alarm in Rochester lift station. To factor that in, and also 2542, we increased the budget to track the power for 12,000. Depreciation, line 2690, depreciation increase as well, match our actuals. Any questions for wastewater budget?
Madam Chair, I just also like to mention, I know how every budget you see the salary is changing, but if you look at that changes spreadsheet, you will see that usually when we're adjusting it, it might be a $1,500 here or there adjusted. It's not a significant change, but we are still highlighting it so council knows that it still did change from originally approved budget.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, we can go to waste management budget, page 46. Under line 1930, transfer from reserves. 2024 carry forward from Atmore project surplus for 25,000. The next line item is 22,234. So we have adjusted a few numbers for monitoring. For grassland and Wandering River, we decrease it by 20,000 based on an updated quote. We also increased the 10,000 for study for existing landfills. We also decreased the Harnaha by 90,000 as we are doing phase 1 and we're waiting for future recommendations. And also we have decreased the 100,000 for Baptist Lake, and same thing. We're doing the phase 1 and we're waiting for recommendations from the professionals. And for Collington, we also removed phase 1 as it's already done. And for line item 2690, we remove depreciation for actuals. Any questions for waste management? Okay, we'll go to page 47, FCSS.
48.
Oh, page 48. So overall impact for FCSS didn't affect the budget. It remained the same for the deficit, but we still did highlight all those changes, those in and outs, and some deferred grants that was updated as per our FCSS manager. But we're still gonna mention all of those. So in 1840, we have increased FCSS grant as per the agreement. Line 1850, South Summer Villages, South Baptist, added extra $318 and $213. On page 49, telephone budget for FCSS. 1,000, no change. Somebody.
I believe if we just, we've got Cromwell. Counselor Cromwell is back on live on Zoom. Counselor Cromwell, so you know where we are. We are on page 49, I believe now. Oh, we're gonna go back to page 48 under FCSS, and Counselor Mins has a comment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
At the end there on line 1850, it's got Summer Village South Baptiste. They gave us that much more money or what? 318 and 213 or?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. They forwarded the money. That perfect. Thank you.
Okay, back to page 49, line 2217. So the budgeted item for phones is 14,000. We decrease it to 8,000. And line 2221, advertising general, we increase it from 2,100 to accommodate that 5,500. Line 2232, audit fees, we completely remove it from FCSS budget. So that's why it's 0. And line 2238, we also adjusted the facilitator fees. Line 2253, equipment maintenance went up by $500. 2264, we reduced the rent by 3,600 to 1,000. And on line page 50, line 2510, we have some adjustments in the supplies. We increase like for different departments of FCSS. So the total changes is somewhere 2,124 from 24 to 25. That's everything for FCSS. Any questions? Okay, we're starting again in cemetery budget, page 52. We increased the contracted services for 15,000. It's due to. Let me just.
Dangerous tree removal.
Dangerous tree removal. And also we have increased the gross recoveries by 18,000. Just to factor in more work being done for cemeteries. Any questions for cemetery budget?
Please, no.
Let's go.
We're good to go.
Okay, and planning and development budget, page 54. The only change we had is the salary was moved by a minimal number, $33,000, just to factor in the allocations for P&D budget. And that's on page 54. Moving on to agriculture, page 57. Line 1410. We have for sale of services, we just moved 3,000 in that budget, and the rest we increased by $6,000 to factor in 3 sales, which is sitting in line 1420, sales of goods. For 2110 and 2142, salaries and benefits, we reduced the budget by 28,000, just for proper allocations and factoring seasonals and everything. And also line 2690 on page 58 for depreciation. It increased by 2,000 due to actuals. Any question for ASB budget? Nothing. Oh, ag budget, sorry. Okay, and recreation budget, page 61. You have transfer from reserves line 1930 for 50,000. So it's a 2024 carry forward from survey of disposition. Line 2110, 2142, salaries and benefit, change due to allocations. Line 2217, we increased the budget by 3,600, factored in inflationary costs. 2234, we added 5,000, I believe it's for professional lawyer fees consulting. Line 2250, we have decreased the budget for demolition by $10,000. And going to page 62, we have transfer 13,000 from 2544 to 2542 to factored in the power costs for the department. Sorry.
I noticed that there was nothing in here factored in for the decisions we made around the North Skeleton Lake Community Association. I'm just wondering if we should be adding some in for those, whether it be some legal review or some of the items that they requested. I just want to make sure that we haven't missed something that council already approved.
To the chair, we will look into it and add the amount for sure.
Thank you for that. Line 2690 for depreciation, we just match it to actuals. For line 2755, we have decreased the. How much did we decrease it from?
We decreased the capital contribution to the multiplex to match what the town is contributing.
And also for line 2690, we just have to factor in county equipment. That's the 15,000. For economic development budget, page 64. On line 1850. We actually transfer from operation. We decreased the line 1850 by 8,000 as per new agreements with town and village. Also in line 1930, there's a 2021 surplus from ECDEV transfer. That's the 103,000. In line 2110 and 2142, we allocated the salary and benefits to the proper departments. Line 2246. We have factored in lobbyists for 103,000 and also matched website. We got an updated code from the website and we factored it to actuals. And same thing with the superhost training. For line 2991, we just added $2,000 for promotional items. And that should be it for economic development. Library board, there's no changes, page 66. So this was already approved in the interim budget. And facilities, page 68. Updated line 2110 and 2142 to adjust for proper allocations for departments. We have increased contracted services, but we have moved 2532, which is construction supplies, also 2538 in some of the contracted services, and some of them went into the 2521 maintenance supplies. That's the change for facilities.
Thank you very much. I think, there's a lot of fidgeting, so I think it's time we take a recess. If that's
Sure.
okay, and everybody
Yes.
can refresh their coffees, refresh their water, take a walk, stretch, do what we need to do, but we'll come back in about 7 minutes. Does that work for everybody? 7 minutes? Lovely. Thank you. Just want to say thank you very much for the budget summary and where we are at for operating. I know this is a ton of work, and it's very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. So thank you. I believe there was very few changes that we asked for, so that's huge in its own. Yeah, pat yourself on the back because it's done, well done. All right, we're going to move on to capital projects, folks. I believe we're on page 69. And whoever would like to take it away, please do.
Sure. Madam Chair, so I'll start from the top. There were a couple of BF projects, bridge file projects that were initially not mentioned in the capital projects in the interim budget. We have listed them now. They are funded, majority of it through STIP, and then some of it is being covered through taxation. We also included the heavy duty brushing deck for 23,000 that is approved through LGFF. We have, we will be spending 928,500 for the fleet replacement. Sorry, in the comments it says fire reserve. Yeah, if you don't mind scratching that out, it's being funded through taxation as well. We have enclosed trailer, 35,000, which is being funded through the OHS funds for Casland, as well as a side-by-side for 55,000 funded from OHS funds. Then we have playgrounds. We will be spending 60,000, which will be from funded through taxation, as well as the fish cleaning tables for $20,000 funded through taxation.
Are the playground funds just for repairs or is that replacing different equipment pieces?
I can find out and get back to you about that one.
If I may, sorry, if I may, with regards to the playgrounds, can we identify which ones as well, please? Thank you so much.
Location. Perfect. Moving on to the zero turn mower. It will now be funded through taxation. We removed the Jet A fuel and 30,000 for it, and then we added, well, we just reallocated 40,000 to be funded through taxation for the Highway 63 signage. I believe that was a council motion as well. I can confirm.
Council discussion was, I don't think there was a
Sorry.
motion, but it's in here for Council Reed.
I apologize. And we removed the Hamlet signage amount allocated there. We also removed the community transportation replacement SUV as it was moved to the community transportation operating budget because it's just for a rental. We changed the Collington Bridge replacement to be all funded through taxation instead of borrowing money from the bank. We added the Grassland School waterline valve for 55,000 to be funded through taxation. We removed the Rochester lift station upgrades. And we added the truck/tool storage and canopy for 30,000 funded through taxation. That will be all for the capital budget for 2025. I believe they're done, but I can verify that too. I know our utility operator was working on that, but
I'm just thinking here, so in the capital budget here, the ones that we are doing are in yellow, or how much capital budget are we doing here?
through the chair. So for capital budget, the yellow are the changes from the interim budget. All the items listed here we're doing in 2025.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. And I see we have Counselor Cromwell is here. He always been here, but Counselor Hall has left? Oh, I think he's back.
Just for clarification, council, the big change on the sheet is as many of these projects as can be handled by taxation, just the normal tax levy, we've added them in. Because we had some savings on the operating side of the budget. So we're trying to fund as many of these and just leave reserves alone.
Appreciate that. Just so our attendees on Zoom, we are on the 5-year capital plan, page 70 of the report. And I'm going to turn it back over to administration. Oh, Counselor Cromwell's happy. Counselor Hall has a question.
Yes, Reeve, I'm gonna have to step out to another meeting. So I wanted to offer my regrets in not being able to attend the balance of today's council meeting. But also I'd like to provide a notice of motion that at an upcoming council meeting, I intend to propose a motion that will direct admin to seek legal advice regarding the irregular handling of the water rates bylaw today. So that will be coming up and should be recorded in the minutes as a notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, so for the 5-year capital plan, the items you see highlighted are the same items that were highlighted in the previous page. This just shows some additional going forward 26 all the way to 2029, such as the fish cleaning tables, the outhouses, the jet A fuel that was initially budgeted in 25 moved to 2026. And that's about it. And sorry, the grassland school water line valve. I guess we did discuss that already. 55,000. Yes, that's right. So same changes as previous page.
Okay, thank you so very much. And is that the same then on page 71 for the Rochester lift station upgrades and the truck tool storage and canopy?
Pardon me?
The last page 71, what you had just said applies to this page as well. Okay.
And I will be getting back to you about the playgrounds and whether it's repairs or what we're doing and what locations. And I will also get back to you about the Rochester lift station upgrades to confirm why that was removed.
Thank you very much.
Can we add the school bus assistance program funds, please?
Sorry, that's added in the operating side, but yes, I've made a note of it.
Alrighty. That's a huge job. Again, thank you so very much for going through it with us. Counselor Wallach?
Sorry, just a question. We've spoken about a large sum of money that we should be putting into reserves. Is that included in this budget?
Pardon me, how much we're supposed to be putting in reserves?
The stuff we talked about in close the other day.
Enclosed? I
Yeah.
can't talk about that.
I know, but is it gonna be added into the budget or hidden in the?
We'd
budget?
have to go into closed and you could give me clarification. I think what I can discuss is in the RFD. I believe, oops, I'm sorry. It talks about okay, page 55. It's the second last paragraph and it says administration is estimating net surplus of 3.5 in 2024. It is recommended this surplus be set aside for tax assessment complaints. So we'll have a separate RFD for a motion on that on the 24th to close off our surplus and ask council for a motion to put it into a specific reserve.
Thank you very much. just in addition, I highlighted a few things on that discussion report, just so that, again, the public need to hear some of this information, not necessarily that they're going to go through and dig up an agenda and read this report. So I just kind of wanted to run through a few things to mention, that, as it says in the report, the county assessor found significant changes to property assessments of agricultural and residential properties due to several factors. So of course, our budget is going to be impacted, as well as our mill rates, as well, everything is going to be impacting due to that. So what the assessors found is new development on properties that had not been assessed before. There was a change in property values due to market conditions and sales data. And they found that some properties previously assessed as farmland were not eligible for farmland assessment and should be assessed under a different category, such as residential. Another highlighted point from the report that I highlighted was the result is an overall assessment increase of a difference of $432,626.70. This excludes properties that are not taxable. So our taxable assessment base increased to $2,981,678,820. So again, it's a lot of difficult decisions are being made and we still need to consider. Administration as what CAO just mentioned about estimating the net surplus. I had highlighted that as well. The approximately 3.5 million, which you mentioned, like I say, is coming up. The discussion regarding the 2025 operating and capital budget that I highlighted here is following an approval, administration is recommending revisions to the budget as we just went through. And what that did was it decreases the operating budget by $1,594,397 and changes the capital budget to $5,124,000 due to $2,863,500 being moved from reserves to taxation levy, and the remaining amount of $135,080 carried forward from the 2024 or removed. So these are really, for me, they highlighted points that I highlighted here, really important to understand. Other information I highlighted as well as communication by letter was made with owners of 455 properties. And this is with regards, the assessors had sent these out. They sent them out to 455 properties in the county that were previously assessed under the farmland assessment class, but do not meet farming operations as defined in the Alberta Regulation 203/2017. Farming must have all three components of raising, production, and sale to meet the requirements of farming operations. Recipients of the letters have, and this is really important, until April 18, 2025 to complete a farming operations declaration form to be considered under the farmland assessment class. If a farm person who feels that they don't want to fill out that declaration, I think that they need to understand the repercussion of not filling out that form. They will leave, their property will not be classed as farm. So it's really important that people look at that farm declaration, understand that that is what the assessor needs. It's not something that the county is making them do. It's a requirement that will help them along the way. And then we're going to be looking into our tax rate scenarios as well. One thing that we mentioned here is that council previously expressed interest in bringing the tax ratio to 4:1, non-residential to residential, which is included in the proposed tax scenarios. So those tax scenarios, I'm thinking everybody has had a chance to look at them, and you will see them on page 60, page 61 of our package. And I'm wondering if administration wanted to discuss these any further, or I'm thinking we're done with the budget aspect of it. I think everybody's happy. The few things that will be changed will be coming back. So if we can move on to the tax rate scenarios. Did administration want to weigh in?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. So next week, we do plan to bring the final 2025 budget for council's adoption, and it needs to be adopted before any tax bylaw is passed. Our intent is to bring a draft tax bylaw for at least first reading. Our intent as well is to have it passed by the May 13th regular council meeting to allow us time to have all of the tax notices prepared and mailed out by May 30th. So before you are four scenarios, and as you mentioned earlier, we have one that's maintains a 3.8 to 1 ratio, and the rest are all 4.4 to 1 ratios. So we're open to questions, and of course, in the RFD, we also mentioned if council has other ideas, other options, we'll certainly bring those forward as well. And we'll incorporate them into draft tax bylaw or more than one bylaw, depending on which one you select. So that's our intent, is to have this, at least the first reading for next week.
Thank you very much. I know when I looked at this, just personally, I'll just start the conversation. When I looked at this, my head just started to swim. And I thought, okay, hang on, if we go to the 3.9 to 1, what would that look like? And all of those things. And when I started, I just grabbed a spreadsheet and started going to make all of those different calculations and look at different scenarios. I ended up with 11 different scenarios, and of course, it's way too much to consider. And it, you know, but it satisfied my own curiosity on what things would look like. And I know for me, I've settled on a particular scenario that I feel is, especially considering our assessment, the changes in it and how that's going to impact our residents. And with regards to all of the work that's being done with surplus and with regards to our reserves that are absolutely being included in our budget. I believe for me personally, and I'll just start it out there, that I really liked scenario 2, which ends up being a 5% reduction on residential, no change to farm, and turning our non-res from, I believe it was a 3.8 to 1 to a 4 to 1 ratio. I felt satisfied with that, and I really appreciate administration once again for providing this information to us and giving us the different things to look at and to consider. So I'm not sure where everyone else is sitting on this particular topic, but anybody, go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thanks. I'd also support the scenario 2, where we have a 5% reduction to residential taxes and a 4 to 1 ratio. However, I would like to try and find the 94,646 to balance the budget at that. With that, not take from reserves to be able to reduce our taxes. I think we could probably find $95,000 somewhere. And I think it would be a win all the way around. So I'm not comfortable with taking from reserves to pay for the budget, but I do think that if we could find a way to balance that out, that is a huge win for our ratepayers.
Thank you. And just in with regards to that, I've thought about the same thing. Can we pull it out? Where can we find that that little bit of a shortfall? And then I realized I reminded myself of the surplus that we've seen over the past couple of years. And I realized we have a whole bunch more to think about, and we've got all of our other items. But for me, that small shortfall really didn't impact for me to try and find it in the budget. I was happy to see it.
Madam Chair, that 100,000 we can find somewhere. We'll move money around. It'll be a balanced budget. Just so you know, I don't believe we budgeted for a water rate change. So if council did go forward with that, we did not budget for it. We didn't want to presume anything, so we'd have to estimate what that is and incorporate that into final budget, or in order to effectuate that for this year, council might have to use a reserve if you want to do it after budget, after mill rate has been established. Then you can't go back and get it from tax levy.
Right.
So
and exactly on that line is thinking the exact same thing. How do we do it when we're adding water in and you're making a few changes? And when I did my scenarios to make that all work, I think it was 2.5% on res and deduction on res. And I thought in this year, in the amount that we have impacted this assessment, for me, I'm okay with pulling something from reserves for this situation. Because it's going to be quite a shock, I think, for a few people who aren't aware of it yet.
Madam Chair, there was that duplicate entry of 160,000. So that will be reducing. So scenario two, even if we go by it and not change anything else, it will not be a reserve withdrawal. It would be a contribution to reserve for 65,000.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Counselor Cromwell?
Thank you. I completely agree, Madam Reeve. The impact to our ratepayers, to our residents, cannot be measured by us talking in this room alone. And we're putting a good amount of money into reserve, and I completely support scenario two. This is the only option that really makes sense of how can we show and be a community and a council that cares to our ratepayer. So definitely my support on that.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who, Counselor Wallach?
So, we just saw a bridge presentation that we need a lot of money for in the next 10 years. I'm not okay with going into reserves. I think we should be putting more into reserves because this is just gonna continue to be a future problem. We can't just say, oh, it's because the economy's bad. We're gonna hurt the next generation if we don't put away, just like they did to us. So I'm not okay dipping into reserves. Also just going back to that $3.5 million surplus, is that factored in the tax rate? With this like mill rate,
For me,
the 3.5 million surplus that you're predicting?
no, from surplus from 24.
Yeah, well, yeah. So like, we're
that-
gonna need it again this year. Are we not?
Are we? I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Are we budgeting for it again this year? No, we're not.
Okay,
If we're budgeting for a zero balanced budget, we're not budgeting for a surplus.
okay.
So some of the scenarios on page 63, you could see the various scenarios on one page. Some of them do budget a surplus. Scenario 1 and 2, it's very close to being balanced. But scenario 3 and 4, we would be budgeting a surplus. So if you're asking about the 24 surplus, no, it won't affect this year's budget because it's going to be dedicated to reserve for assessment appeal contingency. So we're not rolling it into this year's budget to spend it. Unless we lose a tax appeal, and then we'll be spending it. But it would come from reserves.
Okay, I don't want to get us in the situation again where we are today in 10 years for the next council. Like, we need to be budgeting for a lot of money for infrastructure. And I don't think it's okay for us to be dipping into reserves for operating now.
And I totally understand where you're coming from. I totally get it. But I sit back and I look at it in a situation where I don't think any of us expected what was going to happen with this assessment. I mean, there's a lot that went on there. We can't fix it all in 1 year, but for me personally, we have to ease into some of these things as well. And for right now, assessment is where we need to ease some of the burden. And we are definitely being proactive in placing funds into reserves. There's no shortage of that happening. It's not like we're not putting anything in. We have on the summary is 3,103,842 that we've allocated as well. So for me, we're definitely, we have to balance it for me in my mind that we're helping our residents as well as looking after our infrastructure. And I think we're doing both with the scenario 2.
Sorry, I just don't see any, like, there's no road construction reserves going in. There's no bridge reserves. So that's where my concern is.
I don't know if everybody has actually sat down and really figured out assessments and what is happening out there. But if you haven't, I suggest you do it and understand, because your phone is going to ring off the wall. When people start getting their tax notices, a lot of people don't understand. They understand it when their tax notices come out. And look out. I'm just telling you that right now. Look out. Because what we may have thought was a good way to go, I'm telling you, there's going to be some hurting people out there. So I think if we can get through this budget and everything. And see where we're lying. But I would suggest everybody figure out this tax notice stuff, this tax assessment stuff prior to tax noticing going out.
Go ahead, please.
I'm also for scenario 2, and yeah, when it comes down to the tax assessments, it's going to be very, very alarming. I know I've already had some phone calls that definitely from June on, I'm expecting my phone to be very busy. 100%, but scenario 2 with that $160,000, good catch on that. That was that fast and much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gerlach?
Wondering why farmland taxes are 0. When if I was a residential taxpayer, it's the first thing I would look at and say, I want what they got. When that move has been like 0, just doesn't fly as far as I can see.
I'll say thank you.
What's that?
When you sit back and we were given, or I guess we didn't get it all handed out, but when you look at all of the different mill rates from our neighboring communities, we're sitting at a 0.14 of our farmland mill rate. And when you do an average of our neighboring bordering who border us, the six municipalities, the average is 0.12. So we're not totally out to lunch. I also took into consideration the assessments of each one of those, taxable assessments of each one of those. Which of course, when you look at it, you can understand why some of those farm rates are way higher because their assessment is their taxable assessment is way lower. And so they have to, of course, find where they're going to earn that revenue to be able to continue their operating in their capital. So for me, in this particular situation and in this particular year, with the such a drastic change in our assessment, I'm not in favor of going over the increasing farmland at this point. Councillor Anderson.
Thanks. Something that I don't want to I want to recognize is that we are paying approximately $2.5 million out of taxation for bridge projects this year. In this budget, I mean, it could be balanced with a 5% reduction to residential taxes. That includes $2.5 million on bridge spending. And if we can do that, that's incredible to be able to do that. And hoping that if we keep that budget line in there, next year we'll be able to apply for more STIP funding and that money will get us further. I do think that's a step in the right direction for getting ahead of our bridge situation. And so for that reason alone, because we're paying for that out of taxation, as long as we have a balanced budget, I'm absolutely in favor of scenario 2. Because I think that is significant right there.
Thank you very much. I totally agree. Councillor Cromwell, just don't want to forget you up there.
No, you know where my brain is.
Careful. Anybody else have anything? Pardon me, this was a discussion point today. By the sounds of it, it looks like we have a consensus on the scenario 2 for administration. Do we need to do a poll on that, or is everyone satisfied? The majority is scenario 2. Quite a bunch. I think scenario 2 is looking like the way to go for the mill rate, if that's helpful for administration. Yep, the scenario 2 would be 5% reduction on residential, 0 change on farmland, and 4-to-1 ratio for non-res. Okay, I think are we about done, folks? Is there anything else anybody would like? Oh, we have to discuss 5.2. The 5.2 is the receipt for information is for Councillor Wallach motion. But first we'll talk about 5.1. We'll start that one. We'll finish 5.1 off. So I don't know if we need a motion, yes, from council at this point. regarding the mill rate? Maybe we should. Okay, okay, that sounds good. So does anybody like to own?
Motion to direct administration to draft the taxation bylaw for the next county council meeting utilizing scenario 2
Thank you.
as discussed. So with
Okay, thank you. I think Ms. Blair has that. All right, is there any discussion? We'll go to the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Awesome. It doesn't appear there's any opposed, so that would be 7-0. Okay. So I believe that wraps up 5.1, everybody. Do we need to make any motion actually with regards to the draft budget as amended? Do we need anything to clarify that?
No, Madam Chair, we'll address all the questions that we heard. We wrote them all down, minor adjustment here and there. And we'll bring it back for final at next meeting.
Perfect. Thank you all very much. It's a huge job and well done. It's very much appreciated. I think this is an excellent budget. So we'll look forward to looking at the final draft next time around. All right, so we can move on now to 5.2. And Councillor Wallach, pardon me, would like to receive the MPA presentation as information. And we have a comment.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Director Morton, and all administration for that report. It's very informing on our bridges and everything, and it actually was a very good report. It was understanding and all that, so kudos to you guys for bringing that forward and a better understanding on what kind of situation we are in our bridges. But they're under good hands. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. And with that, if we're ready for the question to receive the information, all those in favor? Mr. Cromwell? Good to go. All right, that's 7-0. And I believe we can officially adjourn today's meeting at 2:45.